It's great to see everybody here today, and thank you for all making the effort to get here from different parts of the country. And we are super excited to get everybody together this week. You know, it's been a while with COVID and also the creation of the new centre as well, since we've gotten everybody together in a room like this to talk about our research and our future directions, and ultimately to launch our centre today as well. And we are just super excited to have you all here and to harness the passion and the enthusiasm in this room, really to take us forward and to drive tangible change through research, science and innovation is going to be really, really exciting. So really looking forward to the next couple of days. I'm going to first of all welcome you to our first Natural Hazards Research Forum. It's the first one of these, one of many that we hope to have into the future, and we really welcome your feedback after this week's forum in terms of how we can shape the future ones as well. Just by way of introduction, for those that I don't know, my name is Andrew Gissing, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Natural Hazards Research Australia, a role that I took on 2 and a bit months ago now, and took over from Richard Thornton, who left a really good legacy and a solid foundation for NHRA to go forward and have future success on. I'd also like to, before providing an introduction to our Welcome to Country today, also pay my acknowledgement and in the spirit of reconciliation, personally acknowledge the traditional custodians who have looked after this land for so long and continue to do so, the Turrbal and the Yungarra peoples. We're the guests on this country this week, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and any First Nations people with us today. I'd also just like to acknowledge too that it's the 20th anniversary too of the Bali bombings today as well. There's obviously various commemoration ceremonies across the country, but also pay tribute to the victims and the first responders and their families today also. But I'd also now like to introduce to formally provide our Welcome to Country today, Tommy of Yagera, and welcome you to the stage to provide the Welcome to Country here today.
Hello and welcome. For those who don't know me, my name is Bandamba Ya. It's a Yagara language name that was given to me by the elders and translated direct from Yagara to English, meaning battle axe belonging to Ya or Jah, which is the name of the Hebrew name of the creator. I'm also known as Thomas of the Kogil family and Thomas of the Bonner family, and I'm a descendant of the Yagara language speaking nation. I'm a descendant of the Yagara language speaking nation through 2 tribes and 2 separate family lineages. On my father's side, we can trace our ancestry back to Multagra. Grandfather Multagra was a recorded patriarch in the 1800s who led the battle against the early convict settlers there at the foothills of Toowoomba and Warwick, a mountain called Tabletop Mountain. One of his descendants is my direct great-grandfather, Neville Bonner. Neville Bonner was the first Aboriginal senator of Australia, and he identified as a Jagera man, which is Western Yagara. When my father speaks about Grandad, he says Grandad was born in the traditional fashion. It was an island situated on the Tweed River, traditional birthing area, women's birthing area, which was shared by Bunjalung, Kumbameri and Yugambeh people. Grandad lived a semi-traditional life as a youngster. He also practiced his traditional customs. He was the lead rower when they went out to hunt turtle and dugong out in the bay. On my mother's side, we can trace our ancestry back to Grandfather Mookin. Grandfather Mookin was another patriarch that was recorded in the 1800s. Grandfather Mookin was born in the traditional fashion. He also was a full-blood Aboriginal, and he was initiated a Yagara man. Grandfather Mookin could speak, it was recorded that Grandfather Mookin could speak at least 15 different Aboriginal languages throughout the Southeast Corridor, and he could read and write English as well in the 1800s. Because of that, Grandfather Mookin, the authorities at that time selected Grandfather Mookin to be the first official mayor of Barambah. Those who don't know where Barambah is, it's commonly known today as a Cherbourg, and it's an Aboriginal mission located northwest of Ipswich. Yeah, that's what qualifies me to speak here on Yagara country. What is a Welcome to Country? Prior to settlement, we used to have a lot of festivals throughout this area. Two that spring to mind is the Mullet Festival or Undercull Festival, which is held on North Stradbroke Island in Jiribah, which means place of the mosquito. And also a well-known festival in the Southeast Corridor, which is the Bunya Nut Festival held in Cubby Country, which is the Woodthorpe Valley. These festivals will be by invitation only, and the invitation will be extended past Yagara country. Those who were invited past Yagara country would send forth their message stick carrier to ask for permission, and would grant them permission to travel safely through Yagara country to attend these events. Then we would immediately follow that up with a smoking ceremony, which we call Chumodalo. It's strictly a spiritual ceremony. Nowadays, we use it just for healing, but in its essence, it's a spiritual ceremony, and it's to ward off any negative spirits that we identify as mugai, and just to leave the room open for the good nur, the good spirit, to come in and look after us. Yagara country, it extends from the mouth of the Brisbane River. We know it as Maiwa. It has two central locations at gathering points. On the north banks of that river, where Botanical Gardens is located, is Meanjin. Meanjin means the spike of the spear, or the tip of the spear. Our second gathering point is where we gather today, Karulpa. Karulpa means the place of the water rat, and it essentially goes from the Kangaroo Point Cliffs down to Davies Park at West End. And you follow the Brisbane River, or Maiwa, all the way down till it branches off into the Bremer, leading into Ipswich, and then the plains out to the foothills of Toowoomba and Warwick. That's our western border. Our southern border is the Logan River itself, which begins at Bow Desert, travels through parts of Logan. Logan's traditional name is Birrumba. It means dwelling place to the south in Yagara. You follow the Logan River, out to the bay, Moreton Bay. In our language, we call it Quandamuka. Quandamuka means dolphin storm, and there's a Dreamtime story that's attached to that area that developed that landscape. Our northern borders is the Caboolture River, Kabul meaning carpet snake, and Cha meaning belonging to. We have the Turrbal Undambi connection. These are northern clans that were recorded to speak the Yagara language. That's the extent of Yagara country, or Yagara Dar. Yagara would like to acknowledge our neighboring language-speaking nations. To the north of the Caboolture River is the Cubby Cubby people, or Gubby Gubby people. West towards the Toowoomba Range is the Waka Waka people. South of the Logan River is the Yugambeh people. And east to the bay, Moreton Bay, or Quandamuka, is the Jandai people. Yagara would like to acknowledge our Torres Strait Islander community here living on Yagara Dar, and also our South Sea Islander community here living on Yagara Dar, who Yagara have not only started a connection with, but maintained connection throughout the generations. All that being said, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the Yagara language speaking nation with their tribes and their clans. In the old Yagara tongue is Yiri Yira, Nambale Ganare Badra, Nania Yagara Nuro, which means hello and welcome. I welcome you, and also the good Nura, the good spirit. I'd like to play this instrument for you. Throughout the world, it is known as didgeridoo. To the Yagara, this instrument, to us, to the Yagara people, is called Brida Mandu. It's not traditionally from this area. We believe that the origin of this instrument comes from the Yurikala people up in Northern Territory, and they call this instrument Yidiki or Yadaki. We got it by the trade. We traded the fire sticks that came from North Stradbroke Island in Jiribah. When we got this instrument also, we received the law of this instrument, and the law of this instrument is this is strictly a men's instrument, and a men's instrument only. Women are forbidden to play this instrument or even touch this instrument. Also saying that, women have their own instrument in this area, which is a possum skin drum or gumpi drum that they stretch over their legs and beat to the rhythm, and men are forbidden to play that instrument or even touch it. Just to make you feel welcome here, I'd like to play this Brida Mandu in our language, or didgeridoo. Thank you. On behalf of my family lineages, the Mortons and the Bonners that belong to Yagara, I'd like to thank you for inviting me out here to do the traditional welcome. And also, I hope you've learned something about Yagara Da. Welcome to Yagara country, Yerda.
Thank you very much, Tommy, and what a great way to start off our forum with that welcome to country. So thank you very much there to Tommy. So as I said in my brief intro there at the start, we are launching our centre this week and today at the forum. And to help with that process, we will also be welcoming several ministers shortly, but I'd like to kick off the launch with welcoming our chair, the chair of Natural Hazard Research Australia, Dr. Katherine Woodthorpe AO, to come to the stand and provide an address.
Don't panic, an address is a bit of a big word for a very small speech. So first of all, good afternoon. Thanks so much for coming. I'd like to also thank Tommy for not only his generous welcome, but that amazing performance on the Dig. That was fantastic. Thank you. It just moved me. It was wonderful. I'd also, of course, like to acknowledge that we're meeting here on Yagara country and to pay my respects to their people, their culture, their elders, past and present, and to thank them for their custodianship of this country. I'd like to recognise Senator Murray Watt, Minister for Emergency Management, who can't attend in person, but who has recorded a personal message for us, which is very kind of him. Also Mark Ryan, hello, just perfect timing as he walks into the room. Queensland Minister for Fire and Emergency Services, who's just stepped out of Parliament to join us and will be giving us an address separately as well. I'd also like to recognise Professor Mary O'Kane, who's been a great friend of this centre over many, many years, and who'll also be speaking to you later. As Andrew said, it's so exciting to finally meet people face to face after 3 huge years of carrying out research and translation, following massive fires and floods, whilst coping with the pandemic and the restrictions that placed on our researchers and our research users, such as first responders. So it's about 2 years now since we understood that the CRC would find ongoing funding from the Commonwealth. There's been a huge amount of work in the meantime to deliver a proposed program and structure that met their needs. This has included a name change and a complete refresh of the board and senior management. So sadly, this will be my last hurrah as the chair before I have to step down at the AGM. I'd also like to acknowledge the amazing effort that Richard Thornton put in to get us to this position before handing over to Andrew Gissing to take over as CEO and to lead us through the next phase. We're now into the first of 10 years of funding, and we know that with that comes responsibility to the Australian community to make a real difference to the safety of people under the threat of natural hazards. With climate change impacting all aspects of natural hazards now, more than ever, we need to understand how to prepare for them, manage them, and recover from them. Resilience is a word that you've probably all finding is rather overused, but it's becoming increasingly important to how we prepare our communities, our infrastructure, our systems to face what is going to be an increase in frequency and severity of many natural hazards with climate change. Our aim is to pose the big questions, to guide us all to solutions to those inevitable challenges of today, tomorrow, and the longer term. First, though, I have a few thank yous. I'd like to thank the Australian government, its foresight, for recognising the need for a national research capability in natural hazards, and also the state governments who've committed ongoing support and funding. We thank our partners, all of you here today, who've committed to contribute and support the Centre on the understanding that a successful Natural Hazards Research Australia means that they can better carry out their role in protecting the Australian public. And our commitment to the Australian public is that what we do will aim to make communities safer and more resilient in the face of natural hazards. Today, we're also launching our Reconciliation Action Plan, our pledge for real inclusion and participation of First Nations people in all that we do. We're also holding our first disaster challenge to tap into new and emerging research minds into how to tackle the big issues around natural hazards, the wicked problems. And that's why we're calling this our official launch. The governance and management are now established. The research priorities and strategies have been set in conjunction with all stakeholders. The first research projects are underway, and we're now fully open for business. Thank you for attending today. I've no doubt that you'll find it interesting, challenging, and hopefully boost your passion for research-based evidence to help your decision-making in the future. We'll now hear a few words from Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, the Federal Minister for Emergency Management, who's recorded a message for us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Murray Watt here, your new Federal Emergency Management Minister, and it's a great privilege to be able to speak with all of you today. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which you're gathering today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Welcome to Brisbane. It is my hometown, so I'm pretty fond of it. And also welcome to the Natural Hazards Research Forum. Researchers are unsung heroes within the emergency management sector. And I want to start by thanking all of you for the important role that you play in helping our first responders and communities prepare, learn, and recover from natural hazards. As you know, this is the first forum since the establishment of Natural Hazards Research Australia, which was launched on July 1 last year. I know there's been a lot of change in recent times as you moved away from the bushfire and natural hazards CRC, changed key personnel, including the retirement of Richard Thornton. And can I pay tribute to Richard's leadership of the organisation over many years? He and his team were instrumental in providing me with information that assisted me come up with policies heading into the last election. It's just one of the great examples of how they have influenced government policy over many years. All of this you undertook while dealing with some of the largest consecutive natural disasters seen in our lifetime. I hope that this forum gives you all the opportunity to come together to reflect on what has been, but more importantly, look to what the future holds. As we all grapple with the consequences of climate change, we do need innovative ways to adapt and prepare, and you in the room are at the forefront of helping inform how we do this best. Hopefully you've noticed that as a new government, we're taking climate change and disaster resilience really seriously. And as a government, we're focused on investing in mitigation and resilience, something I know that the sector has been asking for some time. Last month, we introduced legislation to Parliament to establish our new Disaster Ready Fund, which, when passed, will set aside up to $200 million per year to improve Australia's disaster readiness. The intention is to seek projects with co-contributions from state and local governments to see up to $400 million invested each and every year in disaster resilience across Australia. I'm certain that the expertise of people in this room will be critical in informing many of the projects that will be funded through this new fund moving forward. Now, none of the work that we are doing in emergency management can be done in isolation, and I want to thank you for your ongoing commitment to collaborating across the sector, whether you're based in an agency or a tertiary education setting or anywhere else. The work that you're doing is making a real change to how we all respond to natural hazards. I'm sorry I'm unable to be with you there this week, but I do hope you find your time together to be fruitful and that you also get the opportunity to get out and explore everything that Brisbane has to offer. There's a whole lot there. Enjoy the conference.
Our thanks to Minister Watt for the address. I'd also now like to introduce the Honourable Mark Ryan, the Queensland Minister for Fire Emergency Services, to speak with us.
Thanks very much and good afternoon, everyone. Can I join the previous speakers in acknowledging that we meet on ancient land. We meet on traditional lands of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And can I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging? And I think it's to be celebrated that nowhere else in the world do a citizenry have a connection to the beginning of time. But through Dreamtime stories, we have a connection here to the beginning of time, and it's quite extraordinary. And in acknowledging that, and it's very relevant to your forum and your focus, there are still Dreamtime stories today told about emergency response to volcanoes. The last volcano to erupt in Queensland was 7,000 years ago. How extraordinary is that? It's great to be here, and can I acknowledge virtually my colleague, Murray Watt. Murray and I were first elected to the Queensland Parliament in 2009. He's a good mate of mine, and it's tremendous to see him as the new Federal Minister responsible for emergency management. I know he'll do an outstanding job. To you, Katherine and Andrew and the rest of the board and the team, it's great to be here, and thanks very much for the welcome. And to all the participants, it's exceptional to see you all, and thanks very much for coming to Brisbane to share ideas, to learn, to collaborate. Really fundamentals when it comes to having best practice in respect of natural disaster response and resilience. And I am going to embarrass them. We've got the first ever Inspector General of Emergency Management for Queensland here, a good fella, Ian, good to see you. And also another good fella, Doug Smith, who's a board member, but also a former Deputy Commissioner of the Queensland Police Service and almost my neighbour when it comes to Caboolture. So it's good to see some familiar faces. There's a lot to be proud of when it comes to disaster management, disaster response and resilience. And you know, I'm going to make some general statements, but I think they're general statements that have some currency, but also they're general statements that shouldn't be the end of something, they should be the beginning. We can certainly recognise that there are many leaders when it comes to disaster management. You know, I think Australians, you know, and a little bit of bias, Queenslanders, particularly are good when it comes to having good systems in place around disaster management response, good people, good organisations and good resourcing. We have to be, because we are amongst the most disaster-prone places in Australia, and Australia is one of the most disaster-prone places in the world. And we do owe a lot to practitioners like yourself, but also emergency responders and volunteers for their contribution in the face of those disasters, for keeping us safe and also contributing to community safety and more broadly resilience. Because it is the confidence that the community has in your responses to disasters that helps build resilience itself. It helps build a stronger, more confident community. I'm going to take a little bit of liberty today and just highlight that we have today just released our Inspector General Emergency Management Report about the most recent flood event in Queensland from February and March. Of course, a massive event here for Queensland, but also had impacts in New South Wales. And sadly, we're seeing, you know, extreme impacts again already in New South Wales and parts of Victoria. We always look to learn from disaster response. We always look to learn from each experience. That culture of review, reflection and improvement is critical to building community resilience, but also building better systems. So some of the things that the Inspector General Emergency Management recommend in the report that he just released today. We held it off for you guys, not really, no. But he released it today, so what a great coincidence. But he looks at particularly, and there's a lot of currency at the moment around conversations around when people are alerted, how we distribute information, how do we distribute information in the best targeted, the best message way. So he makes some recommendations around guidance with flood risk and the use of emergency alerts. He makes some recommendations around strengthening flood warnings and providing more training to the users and requesters of emergency alerts. He's also very supportive of the work that came out of the Royal Commission into the Australian warning system and the rollout of those warning systems across all hazards nationally. But he also acknowledges as well that you can't just rely on one mode for communication of risk and information. You've got to have a multimodal approach. So he's very encouraging of local governments enhancing the opt-in subscription service that they have for distributing information. And also, you know, the other avenues that local governments and governments have got available to them, like social media and mainstream media, in addition to, of course, the National Emergency Alert System. And also the cooperation point, enhancing interagency information sharing and interoperability, and developing those deployment protocols, and also a greater awareness about how all aspects of the disaster management response is operating. The good news is that our government agencies have already started implementing those recommendations, and the priority recommendations will be implemented by the 1st of November. That's quick, you know, and all recommendations will be implemented in accordance with the Inspector General's timelines. But Queenslanders don't just stop there with the point of reflection and review. We also look to innovative solutions. We also look to how we can enhance things. And I'm so pleased Doug's here, because I know he's been a champion for the idea of the establishment of a Natural Hazards and Disaster Resilience Research Centre here in Queensland. We've got a lot of smart people here. There's a lot of smart people in this room. There's a lot of smart people in our country. And by enhancing opportunities for practitioners, universities, and also international experts to come together to build on best practice, to build contemporary knowledge and research, and to put it in a place where it is easily accessible, and where the experts, where the practitioners can collaborate, I think is a very important opportunity. And it's something that the Queensland Government's very pleased to be supporting and a part of. And I know there's a little bit more work to do, but we're very excited about the proposition and the proposal. Can I finish by once again thanking you all for the opportunity to join you? Unfortunately, and you probably will say fortunately, my remarks have had to be kept reasonably short because Parliament's sitting today. So I'll have to conclude there, because I'll have to head back across the river. But thank you for being here. For those of you who are visiting Brisbane and Queensland, welcome. Please enjoy what I think is one of the best places in the world to be. We are recruiting at the moment in many government agencies, Queensland Police Service, Queensland Foreign Emergency Services. So if anyone's interested in working for a great government in a great place, please see us afterwards. All the very best. Thank you.
And so thank you, Minister. We realise that you've got a very busy week, and we're delighted that you're able to share some of that with us today. So thank you again. I'm going to take the lead now with sharing a presentation really on Natural Hazards Research Australia and where we're going as an organisation, but as your natural hazard research capability for the country. So we'll just get the slide pack up there. Just while that's coming on, just a few other welcome points from me. So, you know, we're really here together as welcoming you all, along with the Natural Hazards Research Australia team, on the journey that we're going to go on together. You know, harnessing the passion, the excitement, and the skills, the experience, and the connections that are in this room today. I also haven't mentioned that we've got a large virtual audience today and during the week as well. We've got over 300 registrations for this forum, and many people are joining us online. So welcome and hi to them as well. And there's obviously opportunities throughout all our events and future forums that we run to connect more broadly across that audience as well. So thanks to everybody for their efforts in getting here. We really also want to be about our ambitious agenda. So we've really got to focus on building safer, more resilient and sustainable communities through research, innovation and science. I also, just in terms of a couple of housekeeping things, want to encourage you to get on board with the conversation online as well on the social media using the hashtag NHRF22. So please use that and join the conversation there as well. And during the next 3 days, we really want your input. So there's going to be a lot of talk and a lot of listening and questions and input about our future research agenda, validation of that. But the ideas that we're capturing, as Katherine said, we really want to be focused on those big ideas. How do we future-proof our communities through making them and working with them to become more resilient into the future? We also have other special events. We've got the Reconciliation Action Plan tonight, and we've got the Disaster Challenge tomorrow night as well. Tomorrow is also the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction, so it's one of the main reasons why we held the forum at this time, to acknowledge that the importance of that day and how globally connected we are in our challenges to build a more resilient and sustainable world as well. We want this forum to be a little bit different in the sense that we don't want to just be a conference where people are just talked at. We do want to have that interaction. So why we've called it a forum. So really encouraging that interaction. And we've deliberately chosen a wide diversity of speakers and researchers and end users to be part of that conversation this week, to really drive the connections and that catalyst which should come out throughout the forum this week for research and change. We also see that the big opportunities, and I'll talk about these a little bit more in the moment, but the opportunities to really bring us together and drive our research agenda and work through a better use of data, knowledge, insights, and thought leadership in the future as well. So why do we need a national research capability such as Natural Hazard Research Australia? Well, we can only look at the events that have occurred just in the recent past. Over the last 3 years, we've been faced by pandemics. We've been faced by the 2019-20 bushfires, then into the floods. You know, thinking about some of the communities that have now experienced, 5 floods over the last 3 years. And now we're moving into a time where there's even floods predicted, major floods this week, whilst we've also got global insecurity facing us, and we've got things like biosecurity threats right on our doorstep as well. We have this hugely compounding nature of all these various extremes together, and only looking forward at this point of future extreme events and the frequency of those increasing as climate change and the way that we build in at-risk areas enhances the nature of disasters that we'll face in the future. We don't share these challenges alone internationally. We're seeing the same challenges play out. We saw in the Northern Hemisphere this year, we saw the wildfires. We even saw wildfires in the UK. I believe the UK now has a wildfire conference. We're seeing things like hurricanes in the US over the last couple of weeks. We're seeing severe heat waves throughout China and other parts of Europe. We are seeing them share the same tales of death, damage, destruction and disruption to their communities. There are many themes also. The Minister just talking about the recent Queensland inquiry, but there are many themes which emerge commonly across these various investigations that we need to be focused on in terms of our research. They include future workforce, warnings, land use planning, mitigation, situational awareness, resource allocation and mental health, all really important things. The disasters of the future in our risk landscape too is becoming more complex than what it ever has been. And it's being driven by large forces, such as climate change, as I mentioned, but increasing development, increasing wealth, global connectivity, rising inequality, aging populations, moving populations and technology, and the list goes on. It is a very complex and wicked space that we all work in and are challenged by. We are very good, just as I've just been talking, becoming really, really great at describing the problems and the challenges of the future. But the key thing that we really need to focus on is the solutions. How do we all work together, connect together through research, innovation and science to build the solutions to enhance the resilience of our communities and reduce risk? And again, our speakers this week have been posed with that challenge of talking about solutions and not necessarily coming up with them this week. We'll do that over time, but how do we drive them, especially through utilisation of research? So we're really set up to be all hazards. And that's a really important point, because if you look at these next few slides I'll present, is our risk landscape as a country is very much multifaceted in terms of the risks that we face. This is some research that was funded by the former Bushfire and Natural Hazard CRC, which we're able to leverage, and looks at fatalities across the country. And we can see here that multiple hazards are causing fatalities. It's not just one or two, it's a whole spread. So if we're really focused on protecting people in the future, we do need to be focused across all the various hazards which might impact our communities. So this next slide, similar theme, showing the diversity of hazards which are impacting our economies and causing financial loss. So this is each one of these points on this slide represent $1 billion loss, and there's been 28 events of $1 billion or more since 1967, when the ICA disaster list came into inception. Really important, 10 of those have been in the last decade, and 16 of those have been since the 2009 bushfires in Victoria. You can see there tropical cyclones, you can see floods, you can see bushfires, and you can see an awful lot of storm damage there as well. Just out of interest, the floods of this year are now, depending upon what source you depend on, either the highest or the second highest insurance loss in our nation's history since 1967. So shows how significant that event is. But we shouldn't just be talking about financial loss, because there is incredible social losses associated with all these various disaster events. And we also need to better understand some of the economic losses from certain types of events as well, such as heat waves, which no doubt cause an awful lot of economic disruption, but we are not very good at measuring that. And with the increasing frequency of events, this will likely also change the fabric that disasters occur within. If we're unable to have communities recover between events, we will be left with events striking highly vulnerable communities that are still recovering from previous disasters. And that's a real threat with the increasing frequency of extremes in our country. So we shouldn't also ignore the environment. We saw this so stark during the Black Summer bushfires. Natural hazards pose environmental risks. And if you have read the State of Environment report, you can see that our environment is not tracking so well. And in that report, especially in terms of biodiversity, that climate change and climate extremes are called out as being major drivers of biodiversity loss in our nation. Some of the importance of this too is that the environment is obviously very much key to the sustainability of our communities. So some quick stats. So, 2019-20 bushfires, billions of animals killed during that event. We've got 8.5 million of hectares of native forest burnt, impacting 832 species of native fauna. We've got 54% of the Gondwana rainforest burnt as a consequence, and the air and water quality concerns that have been so prevalent as well. It's not only bushfires, it's other forms of hazards too. We're well aware of the impacts, for example, of heat wave on some forms of fauna as well. So Natural Hazard Research Australia, we're defined by our users, we're end user driven, we're very much focused on capturing those questions and those problems which our partner organisations really want us to focus on and drive those through our research to deliver tangible change, to deliver our mission and vision here, which is not too dissimilar to a lot of organisations in this room. We just do it through research, which is around building safer, more resilient and sustainable communities. That together is our focus. We're obviously framed by natural hazards, contextualised by a range of themes, which I'll go through in a moment, and influenced by a range of factors. But we ultimately want to have our research utilised. That means that our research needs to be useful, usable, and ultimately used. And you'll see a lot of the presentations over the next few days really framed around how we actually drive change through research and how we get that research utilised, particularly the session after afternoon tea today. But this national approach that we're taking also has a variety of different advantages. A national capability enables knowledge sharing and collaboration between jurisdictions. And so we can also focus on questions that others cannot, potentially the national scale questions. But we also need to be mindful that a lot of these questions start local and end nationally as well. A national capability also assists to build nationwide capabilities and national capabilities, which are important in the context of the severe to catastrophic disasters of our future. So a nationwide approach is obviously key, and therefore national capabilities are key to support that. It also allows partners to benefit from the best of the Australian research capability. So we can bring the best researchers of our nation together to collaborate to solve our biggest challenges and our most wicked of problems. It also enables efficiencies of scale to make sure that we can get the best bang for buck out of our research investments. So we work a little bit differently to the former CRC. We are not a CRC. We're able to be somewhat more nimble than the former structure of the CRC, which means that we're able to adjust to the context of the day and really focus our research on that context. We've got some really good changes which people really like in terms of the feedback they provide to me. And one of those is our node managers. So we've got node managers which now service each one of the jurisdictions across the country, which means that they, in essence, have a dedicated client manager to service their needs and to work across the research sector to make sure that things are happening for those partner organisations. We've also got our end user advisory panel, and that's going to meet next week for the first time. And that actually has the senior representatives of our partner organisations to help us with our strategic directions in driving research forward in terms of our research agenda. We've also just at the moment instigating our International Science Advisory Panel as well. There was a similar initiative under the CRC, but we're capturing a similar model again. And the value of that is to, again, international collaborations, but also to advise on the quality of the research that we are doing here in Australia. In mentioning the CRC, we've got a lot of opportunity too to leverage and build on the research that has already been done through the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC. And we've got some great opportunities. And the CRC did some incredible and leading work, across fire science, enhancing emergency warnings, the Australian Disaster Resilience Index, leading around diversity and inclusion, cultural land management, future workforce, looking at the mental health of first responders, improving risk communication, and the list is long. But we can build on that and really encourage opportunities to further utilise that research as well. So what makes us different as well? So, recent history has taught us that despite the gains we've made together over the years, we are not working together as well as we need to find new thinking, new knowledge, new understanding to make Australian communities safer. As conditions around us are changing at an alarming rate, we must also change our thinking and what we do and how we do it. NHRA has developed a strategy based on a significant focus on utilisation and on engaging end users in the development of our research program. The research is shaped, developed, monitored and supported by our end user partners that gives the best chance of being relevant and useful. We serve government, industry, emergency management and the community. And we're very much interested in asking the big questions. And ultimately, those questions lead to things like, how do we conduct research which is of benefit to all? What is the right research to be investing in to have the maximum impact to achieve our objectives and mission? We haven't tried to do this ourselves. In our inception year last year, we've been working with end user, partner organisations, researchers to develop a set of research priorities over our next period of time. And they stand as a strategic guide for us in terms of directing our research agenda, and thanks to all those that have been involved. We've also developed a 10-year research plan and a 2-year biannual research plan, enabling, again, to provide information about what our forward directions are as an organisation. So some of the research themes that come out of that, in fact, here they all are on this slide. So firstly, communities and workforces of the future, operational response and innovation, evidence-informed policy, strategy and foresight, a resilient built environment, situational awareness, sustainable, safe and healthy natural landscapes, resilient communities and learning from disasters. These are all themes coming out of that engagement with our partners. These priorities build on what we already know about disaster risk reduction, as well as identifying the research gaps and research needs across the country. They also build on those inquiries. So the 2020 Royal Commission into National Natural Disaster Arrangements and the various state level inquiries as well as the work that the CRC did post Black Summer. But the exciting thing is that we're already starting to get some research projects out there. So we've got 27 research projects which have been approved, and you'll see those starting to come out into life as we start to work with researchers and end user partners to bring those research projects to life over the next several months and continue through our investment rounds into research to build on that portfolio of research projects. Initial projects, they're focusing on things like improving flash flood warnings, their use of predictive maps in fire warnings, improving community risk assessments, cultural land management, resilient lifelines, and the list again is much longer. We continue to support research capability also through our education and training programs, and it was great to have our student cohort with us this morning and get their energy getting into the room today around research. And so we continue to support postgraduate students, early career researchers through various scholarship programs. And also what we want to focus on too is industry placements. So we get that cross-fertilisation of knowledge between our partner organisations and research organisations as well. And we're keen to explore further opportunities to partner with the resilient sector to identify utilisation opportunities from our research through education and training as well. The other key thing too, which is really exciting, is some of our post-disaster research. So one of those themes being about post-disasters, we realised that there's great opportunity to gather information and insights directly after disasters. And we're running a major project at the moment. Some of the researchers are in the room, led by Mel Taylor from Macquarie University this week. And that's really focused on understanding community behaviour during and following the devastating floods of earlier this year, and providing those insights into agencies' future practices and planning. We've also got the quick response grants as well to enable researchers to get out there and focus their efforts on collecting data immediately post impact of disasters as well. We're also really keen on thought leadership. We need to be working with our partners across the resilient sector to really be driving these big questions. You know, what capability do we need to be investing in over the next decades to ensure that we are ready for the future disasters and these more frequent extremes? What are they, and how can we support that through research, innovation and science, such that we are building resilient communities together and with communities? One of the big opportunities is data, and we've got data management framework that we've developed over the last 12 months. That's available up the front, Rego desk as well if you're interested. But we realised the tremendous opportunity that better data management will provide research and ultimately the users of that research. So we want to take advantage of collecting data better, storing it, collating it, analysing and ultimately using that data to inform research. The other key thing, which is always going to be a part of our research, is the interdisciplinary nature. And again, a great opportunity this week to connect with researchers and practitioners of different interests and different expertise across our broader resilient sector. That's because of the nature of the problems that we need to solve. They are very much multifaceted and require that interdisciplinary approach. So the disaster challenge, I've been mentioning innovation a bit, but the disaster challenge, it's on tomorrow night, the finals. Really encourage you all to get along. But this is an initiative that we've started to hone avenues to create innovation and get some thinking. We've got encouraging our undergraduate and postgraduate research cohort to come together and focus on the most difficult questions facing our sector. Those questions that are not necessarily easily solved. And you'll see that on display tomorrow evening. But there is a bigger challenge, and this is what this forum is all about as well. It's about what are the most impactful areas that we need to be answering? What are the capabilities for the future? How will we know that we've made a difference along our journey? The big questions of our era are how do we reduce this risk? And research is going to help. It needs to identify what works, what doesn't, what's the new thinking and the approaches that need to be undertaken. So we're all here at the forum. You know, we're encouraging you all to participate. We really want to engage. We want to hear from you. We want to listen to you. Want to hear your perspectives. What's the new thinking? What's the new knowledge? What's the ideas? What's the big questions that you think need to be answered? What's your opinions on our directions? We want to hear all those. We want you to be involved. We want you to contribute. We want to establish a really interactive place here this week, really focused on how we can use research to make these tangible gains. We're also going to capture your questions and comments through Slido, and also a follow-up survey after today. So again, another reminder to get onto Slido and answer any questions there as well. This is our first forum. There's going to be many more, and we really want your feedback to shape our future forums as well. So you're all part of the journey. We're all hopping on this bus together, and you're really welcome to take whatever seat on the bus you think is best to get the best outcomes for our communities in terms of driving this centre and driving the mission and objective of that along. This is your natural hazard research capability. It's about collaboration. Be active, be engaged, and really hop on that bus with us. Also, in terms of how you can keep up to date with us in terms of future initiatives, certainly connect with the node managers and the research team face to face and you know, outside the office as well. But sign up to our newsletters, follow us on social media, connect with us, stay up to date with us as well. And let's all make a difference together through research, science and innovation. Thank you for your time. Okay. I'll read it out so I can think about it at the same time. Hi, can we get in touch with you to have a joint partnership and funding research project, natural hazards and disaster management? Absolutely. We've got 32 partners already, always seek furthermore. One of the main reasons too why we really like a diverse range of partners as well as the diversity of research questions. We know that in this sector, there are so many different actors, some would call more traditional and others that should be at the table. And we want to engage broadly across, and I use this term, the resilient sector, which is industry, government, emergency services, and the community, because they all have slightly different questions and all have slightly different parts of the pie in terms of building our mission and building upon that into the future. So the answer to this, and if other people got similar questions, is yes, come up to me or one of the other NHRA staff and give your business card over, and we can have a chat after the forum as well. Any other questions for me before I hand over into now our keynote session? Okay, fantastic. Well, I'm really excited by our keynote sessions today. We've got three. So three keynote speakers. We've got firstly, I'm going to introduce Professor Mary O'Kane in a moment. But we've also got Robert Glasser, and we've got Dominic Hogan-Doran as well. So really focused on challenging us today to give perspectives around the complexity of disasters, the challenges we future, but how can we drive that home through research, innovation and science as well. So we will be focused not only on the problems, but focused on the solutions there as well. So I'm going to introduce Professor Mary O'Kane AC to us all right now. I'm delighted that she's been able to join us. So Professor O'Kane has had a long and distinguished career with direct relevance to why we are here in Brisbane this week. Professor O'Kane brings to us an extraordinary breadth and depth of experience in the innovation research, higher education, energy, ICT, public policy and development spheres. As a computer engineer undertaking pioneering research in artificial intelligence, a former university vice-chancellor, a member of or chair of many government and private sector boards and committees, and an active consultant and public speaker. Also the former chief scientist and engineer of New South Wales for a decade, from 2008 to 2018, and the current chair of the New South Wales Independent Planning Commission. She was also extensive national and international networks reflecting this expertise. Professor O'Kane has conducted reviews of many government and scientific agencies in Australia, and has been significantly involved in many research centres, including the Bushfire Natural Hazards Cooperative Research Centre and the CRC program overall. Earlier this year, she co-led the inquiry into the 2022 Eastern Australian floods, and you'll also be familiar too that she was also a leader of the New South Wales government inquiry following the Black Summer bushfires as well. Please join me in welcoming Mary O'Kane to the stage.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you all for having me back, as they say. I seem to be like one of those bad smells around this organisation. The organisation changes and I pop up yet again. How was I involved originally? I was on the selection panel, the CRC, on the scientific advisory panel of the government choosing and funding that round of CRC. So I go back a long way with this. So it's a great honour to be asked back, and I want to reflect on some of the things I've said to you before and update them slightly. But first of all, I want to, and what do I do to move the slides? Just the green button, wonderful. Oh, well, before I tell you what I was going to do, let me tell you what I'm going to do a bit more, then get on to where I want to be. So I want to reflect on some of the things I said before, and my last appearance here in your previous organisation for the Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC was to give the inaugural Laurie Hammond oration. Laurie had been the former chair of the CRC, and I'd known Laurie for a lot longer than that. And Laurie was a big figure in Australian research organisation, particularly industrial research and research connected to innovation. And I would just want to reflect on some of the things I said about what a research organisation in natural hazards should look like, a national one, because largely you've created it, and I'm very, very proud of you. I then want to go on and talk about that out of the recent flood inquiry in New South Wales and out of the fire inquiry of 2 years before, some of the problems, the R&D areas that we felt, thank you, we felt needed, oh, that's much better, we felt needed urgent attention. And this is not to say they're the most important areas that need to be covered. And Andrew and I had a bit of a talk about what are the most important areas to cover, but I'm not sure they're most important, but they certainly would have made the inquiries a lot easier to do, and possibly might have made them better if we knew more. I should also mention that in speaking, I brought along a colleague, Alex Platt, who worked with me on both inquiries, the flood and fire inquiries. Alex is now with the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation, so she's a user, and she's come along to the conference and she knows a lot, so she'll both answer questions and she'll be here when I disappear later. So congratulations on getting here, and a big congratulations to a few people. My long-term friend Katherine Woodthorpe on chairing the board after Laurie died of the CRC, working through the conversion to this new wonderful organisation as a great leader. I'd like to acknowledge Richard Thornton, who I also knew. We all go back an incredibly long way. No, Katherine's not that old, but I am. And so Richard did a great job with the CRC, and I just couldn't believe it when I heard you'd recruited Andrew Gissing. I think you've done very, very well, and he's just the fantastic leader for NHRA. So well done, all of you. You've got a fantastic board, a fantastic leadership, a fantastic lead chief scientist in the organisation. I have every hope it's going to do very well. So what I particularly liked about things, I thought it is a moment in saying congratulations to be quite explicit about a few things. I do think and this reflects what I said in the Laurie Hammond oration, you do need in these organisations, particularly with a 10-year funding window, great governance and great management. And I think big tick, you've really organised that very well. Research appointments, everyone matters in these ones. And you've done very well in the people who've joined together in the CRC, all of you people that have been either directly appointed or are in affiliate organisations. And I think that's tremendously important. And they're your great asset that you must look after, train, support, and help them build even bigger cohorts. Really good arrangements, keep up the good work, expand it further. Andrew tells me you've done a horizon scan of research activities across the whole of the natural hazards and disaster space. I think that's terribly important, and terribly important to keep it current, to keep reflecting on it, to do it internationally, and to know what the big research problems are and break them down and prioritise them. And it's something, again, for things like the inquiries I did for New South Wales Government along with my co-leads, really important to know what the issues that you sift out as Australia's experts in this area, what are the things you realise we must do. I particularly like the language of innovation, the focus of research into practice, basically. And I think the CRC did that very well. It's very much helped by its practice partners, whether they be the fire services, the SESs, the emergency services, the various other specialist services around the place. Having them as core members who are forever pushing and pulling as to what research is to be done, having user committees, having international advisory committees. I think it's tremendously important that you have kept that focus on getting research that will lead to better practice. It's something we need to do better in Australian research generally. I deal with this area somewhat in the health area too, where there's an awful lot of health research around Australia, the NHMRC funded work, great health research, but not enough moves into clinical practice quickly enough. And I'm pleased to see you're doing it. I'm very thrilled that there's such a wealth of talent in the PhD students, the postdoc, and generally the early career researchers. And it was great to have the event this morning. And you, early career researchers, are vital for our future as a nation in how we deal with disasters and how we deal with natural hazards. And we really need you, and you are doing very important work, particularly in PhDs that are multidisciplinary with multiple supervisors, often across multiple organisations, and you're the future of it. And so it's good to see that. And remember to value the alumni. People will move on into other jobs, into other areas, but as alumni of NHRA and of the CRC, they're an important asset who might come back or who might be good ambassadors for what happens. And I very much want to emphasise the importance of orientation on partnership. You've got the NHRA is inherently a partnership organisation, but it's important to be partners with the people doing a lot of other research around the place. And when you look at disaster science disciplines, it's incredibly multidisciplinary, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know. You know, whether it be the core area, whatever you call it, is it disaster science or disaster as an art? But there are so many other areas, going from engineering and research disciplines to medical disciplines. We heard about mental health, but there's also public health when you think of the smoke issues. Planning, we heard Andrew talk about that, geography, computing, and in particular my own disciplines of artificial intelligence, education, communication, economics. There's a big area, but one of the great things, it's like having a good fairy, bad fairy situation at a christening, that the good fairy of having all these disciplines involved in your area is fantastic. It adds for great richness, and it allows you to draw on a great number of researchers across the board. But it also brings with it challenges about language, talking, what you should be thinking about, and how you talk in a meaningful way. So one of the things I want to suggest as sort of an addendum to the Laurie Hammond oration is that we think about some important things for research conversations and impact. So the importance of taxonomy, lexicon, and definitions. Understanding the language that the research is talking about, having common definitions, having agreed arrangements for efficiency of research, but also for clarity of what is the problem we're solving. The importance of imagination. One of the big challenges, I think, in disaster research is imagining the next disaster. And I think we need, and I'll talk about this with causation in a minute, we need to do more about imagining what more could go wrong, what more could happen, what form disasters could take. And I think building imagination, it's quite a muscle to build up, is really important in an organisation like this. The importance of measurement, and you do put a lot of stress on measurement and knowing whether things have worked. So the importance of KPIs is important. I'm thrilled to hear about the disaster challenge, and just sorry I won't be at the event tomorrow night. But challenge, and I think particularly for addressing the wicked problems, but also the challenge for building solutions and building pieces of kit. And I think constantly putting challenges out there, especially technological challenges, is really important. And I'll talk to that shortly. The importance of inspiration, you inspiring other people. The importance of inspiring people with how wonderful disaster research and disaster science is, so that you get people in lots of other research organisations working for you, doing adjunct research to NHRA, doing work for you. And the importance of reward, having prizes or little rewards, just acknowledgement, so that you keep people doing research for you. So the point of the Hammond oration, the Laurie Hammond oration, was to say the importance of the organisation is to encourage people from other areas to work with you and for you. And I really do want to emphasise that. And then the importance of a cohort connected to that, of an active scholars from around the place who identify with you. Maybe you make them affiliate scholars, whatever, but you can get, you can leverage your wonderful money for your 10 years of funding into something much bigger than you could do just within that funding. So that's the end of what I want to add to my Hammond oration. I now want to turn to the areas where what would have been nice to have. And this is the whole business of, in the flood inquiry for New South Wales, and then 2 years before the bushfire inquiry. These are the topics where we would have liked more attention, and I'll go through them a little bit. I'm not going to go through all the details or even all the wonderful suggestions that the team put together for me to bring up. I want to say that when I say it's important to do work in them, I really should acknowledge there's an awful lot of work happening in all these areas, and it's very good work in Australia and in other places. But these are the areas where if we'd had more, I think we could have built even better responses in the inquiries. And they're themes that, as Andrew said, you can look back over the many previous inquiries, and we do that. We particularly did a good job of that in the bushfire thing, but also to some extent in the flood inquiry. And you see these themes coming through. So the first one, and this is particularly Alex's area, is causation. I can see down here the next slide, and I thought I haven't put that up short. So I don't expect you to read through the long first one. I put it in length there because it's a slightly complicated issue, but I wanted to talk about it. So generally, the general topic before reading anything, what causes the disasters? What causes natural disasters? And we know in general terms, of course, what causes them. And we've got a brilliant Bureau of Meteorology, which, can tell you an awful lot. And we have great organisations like Geoscience Australia that produce, among the many other great things they produce maps of where we're likely to get earthquakes. New South Wales SES has a great map of where you're likely to get a tsunami hitting. Yes, it comes into my front yard. Thank you, SES. The various floodplain maps that local government have produced around Australia. Stunning work done by Infrastructure New South Wales on the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley, and cyclone maps and so on. With all of that, we know where there are high likelihoods of disasters. And what I'm going to say now doesn't just affect the high likelihood areas, but there where it's particularly needed. What we really need is software, automated software, which can take those areas and examine automatically the causes, where if a cause were to happen, if there was to be an earthquake at this point, what would be the impact on populations, on towns, on land, and whatever. in the whole area of modelling and computer science, we're able to do that now. It's automating the process, the meta process of working across a whole range of putting up and working across a whole range of different scenarios, and then again through automatic processes, summarising it and being able to summarise it in the time of a real disaster to be able to produce output for the various response organisations that are dealing with something, to be able to say, if they say the earthquake happened here or there's bushfire is up in these mountains, what is the likely impact? It certainly would help the fire, or it would help the response. This is particularly an area in artificial intelligence and modelling and data science. And I think it's one of those areas where Australia has the capability. It's a very tough question to solve, but we could move a lot more in automating. It's automating the process that Infrastructure New South Wales does on the Hawkesbury Nepean, if you like, automating and producing automatic reports. The next thing was already been touched on by various people this afternoon, understanding what I call secondary disasters. There's by no means to lessen the importance of them as disasters, but we often forget things like landslips and water contamination and a range of things that happen after the primary disaster has hit. And the importance of understanding where they're likely to happen, what form they take, how they should be. There's good response to them, but we don't always understand where they're about to happen. And then what I call the hidden impacts, and they're not so hidden, but they're terribly important. And things like the smoke, you know, if we saw how many people died in the bushfires, relatively low compared to other things, but the numbers that are likely to die because of the smoke inhalation, and I particularly would like to acknowledge the work of Faye Johnson here and her colleagues, that understanding how that really works. Understanding mental health. We have a recommendation on mental health in the flood inquiry. Not just mental health at the moment, but mental health, what is the evolution of it? Which people are likely to be affected and so on. And so understanding those trajectories and reporting on it and building into the areas. Now, I want to now move from that form of causation, understanding the sort of causation of the sort of disasters we're dealing with, to what I was talking about with imagination before, thinking about things of the future. So first of all, here's somebody responding, not necessarily particularly imaginatively, but importantly, to a recent change in a disaster. This is the New South Wales Premier, not his best photo and not produced the best way either. But one of the important things that came out of the flood inquiry this year was the understanding, and again, I'd particularly like to acknowledge Alex's work, of what was the climate change aspects of these things. The floods, the type of floods were very much in terms of the storms within the historic record. But there was something that was very different, and it was the intense rainfall, the intense stationary rainfall. And we don't have enough data to know exactly what is causing it. There's some brilliant work done by Andy Pittman and his Centre of Excellence in Climate Extremes, brilliant work done by the Bureau of Meteorology on this, but we're still, they keep emphasising to us the importance that we're still trying to understand it. But one thing we do know was there was a lot more rain coming down, straight down, and Ollie Costello, who's on your board, wrote about it also in the inquiry for us. And what it does, among causing higher floods and things, leads to significantly more flash flooding. And this is an example where the Premier has picked that up, and now in New South Wales there's a lot more emphasis on the flash flooding aspects of things. So different disasters can lead to different things, and we need to be able to respond to it. So what I want to talk about for a minute or two is causation in the time of climate change and climate extremes. So first of all, as I said, talking about some of the other causation issues before, we need to think about recent extreme events like the intense stationary rainfall and their implications. What does it mean if we've got a lot more flash flooding? What sort of warnings are important? That's why it's really important with the IGEM, with Alistair's work here in Queensland with his report released today, with the emphasis on warnings and their particular importance. And we say a lot about that in our inquiry too. So understanding recent extremes is really important. And the example in the bushfires, if you like, is the higher number of extreme bushfires, which I'll come to in a minute. The next, so there's lots, it's a very rich area, and I feel a bit wrong glossing over it because there's a lot in those two, the fires and the floods, that we haven't seen before. And we do need to support groups like the Bureau of Meteorology in getting greater computational power to be able to examine the scenarios around these things so we can understand them more and know how to respond to them. But then, this is where imagination comes in particularly. We need to get much better at working out what the next form of the floods, what form twist they'll have, or the fires. I'm not sure if earthquakes can change form, but lots of other things can. And just to give you an example of the sort of thing I mean, many of you have seen this graph. This is a graph from Professor Jason Sharples at UNSW Canberra. And, you know, along with Simon Heemstra, who'll be talking tomorrow, is, you know, one of our leading fire scientists. And Jason has put this graph together, which was in the New South Wales fire inquiry, but he uses in other talks that he gives, of the number of pyrocumulus nimbus events over Eastern Australia against the sort of fire season year. And of course, we only have the data because we only have satellite data reaching back to the late 1970s. So when we first had Landsat, we don't really know what's happening before then. But as you go forward, you see, and this is a cumulative graph, as I said, you see the number of these events, these events that typically give rise to these extreme bushfires that nobody can be safe in. Well, nobody can be safe in bushfires, but you know what I mean. And the way that they grow, and that incredible growth in the 1920 bushfire season. My question to you is, what is the next data point when we have the next big bushfire year? And it's things like that. I'm not saying that the graph is necessarily going to go up in what looks roughly like some sort of exponential curve, but we do need to think, what form could it take? And it's the sort of thing that Andy Pittman, Jason Sharples, lots of you here can do, is to work out what are the variations on disasters on the way. And certainly Alex spent a lot of time trying to persuade people that there was a climate change element in the recent floods. And eventually that's what they told us there was, but it took an awful lot of debate and understanding, whereas if we'd maybe thought about it a bit, I think we might have known in advance that sort of intense stationary rainfall was on the way. I now want to talk briefly about technology, and we've talked about it a bit through various speakers this afternoon. This is something as somebody from the world of artificial intelligence, the long term, way back 40 years in the field. And these are not well, they're connected to my field of speech recognition, but more in fields that my colleagues are expert in. Australia is incredibly strong in some areas of AI, and in particular, big robotics. Think mine of the future. And Hugh Durrant-White, who succeeded me as New South Wales Chief Science and Engineering, is the great leader in this area, the great world leader in it. And the fact that Australia has several automatic mines has to do with our expertise in big robotics. Or you think of the Port of Brisbane, largely automated, again, because of our scientific expertise in that area. We're brilliant in sensing, we're brilliant in data science, data fusion, bringing unusual, disparate areas of data from different disciplines together. We're good in communications. In this case, I mean comms as in electrical comms. And we also have our expertise in disasters and natural hazards. And on the back of that, I've always believed, I've believed since I've been doing these two big inquiries, that Australia should make a thing of it. We should actually use it and use it to sell globally. In particular, remote sensing is really important, whether it be remote sensing from satellites, and we're very, very good at that, from planes, from towers, or from moving devices of various kinds, mounted on, and a great example, Sandra gave me a great example earlier at lunchtime of putting them on sort of automated boats and going into weather events. but whatever, there's a lot we can do. Sensors are relatively cheap. Big data fusion, not always back to base, but often on the back of the particular sensor device, and then communicating it can give us loads of information very, very quickly, whether it's when we're looking for things within a disaster, spotting fires, looking for the evolution of floods, or pre-flood or pre-fire information. That is something we do well, but could do so much better. And I think we can build the challenges. Similarly, it's interesting to see in inquiries when we do lots and lots of consultation, how much people love the various disaster apps. Fires Near Me was much loved, is much loved. But one of the important things is then to make sure if people want those apps so badly, to make sure that they're incredibly accurate and and we're very good at location science in Australia because of our expertise in satellites, to make sure we're really, really good at making that app robust. So people are not accidentally put in danger by them. Also, as I said, we're good in big robotics. So that doesn't only come through the sensors and the areas I was talking about remote sensing, but it can be quite close up robots that can move around and go into areas like extreme bushfires or wade through floods and can do things for us. And we're a great country to do this. And as I said, to make a commercial proposition of it in a global market. And I hope we'll see an awful lot of that happening. A particular example, which I won't, again, don't read it all. This is about some work Jason Sharples did that comes from the bushfire inquiry, and that's a quote in italics from the bushfire inquiry. This is a great example of the sort of thing where I'm still keen to get this going for innovation. That there's a phenomenon called vorticity-driven lateral spread in fires, and where particularly at the top of steep leeward-facing slopes, you can get fire going up the top and just shooting along the ridge. And from observing extreme fires in recent years, it's possible to understand the style of slope where you'd get it. And we can do, so Jason, working with Salar Sakaria, who heads the robotics centre or was heading it at the time at the University of Sydney, worked out the algorithms for this. It hasn't ever been fully implemented, but I think it's a great thing to find all the ridges in New South Wales or in Australia where you could get this sort of vorticity-driven lateral spread events happening. And when the cost of these in the last bushfire was enormous, if we could find them in advance and pre-burn those ridges, we could save a lot of money. And that's another form of technology innovation that I think is very important, understanding what we could do in advance to minimise the way a disaster hits. I now want to take a move from engineering and science and weather and so on, and talk about research in public policy and administration. And here, before I launch in on the dot points, I'd like to pay tribute to one of Australia's great researchers in public administration and disaster, and that's Professor Roger Wetenhall, who some of you would have known at the University of Canberra. But as a young researcher, Roger, who with his PhD in public administration, as a young researcher at the University of Tasmania, was caught in the late 60s bushfire, and his family was caught at home. He was down, I think, at Sandy Bay, and couldn't get home to the family. And he wrote this wonderful book called Bushfire Disaster. It's a great read. You can get it at sort of remainder places. And it's one of the earliest examples of Australian public administration research, but it also is a great story of Roger telling what it was like to be looking at the sort of response to the fire in a sort of academic way while panicking about his young family caught in the suburbs. And Roger died early this year after a very distinguished career in public administration. Largely, one of the big areas he worked in was disasters, and particularly fires. So some public areas, public administration areas that are really important. One is, can we get to a point with governments where disasters are expected as normal? And as far as I can see, the government that gets closest to that is Queensland, with the emphasis on things like the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, which we shamelessly copied in our recommendations for the flood inquiry at our Premier's suggestion, I have to say. So are there ways to change from thinking of disasters as disasters and odd, which we do tend to think about them, to we would expect another disaster coming, whereas in Queensland, and as a good Queenslander, I know this from the central part of the state, you almost expect a cyclone every year. So how do we think of them as relatively normal, then maximise prevention and harm as well as good response? What government and administrative structures work best? And this is where I question, or I raise the question of things like the Reconstruction Authority. And you see, we wrote a lot about it, but when we were looking to write about it and to find out about Reconstruction Authorities, it was really interesting to try to find out what characteristics they should have. And we got a lot of help from Queensland, but I think it's something that needs a lot more research. There needs to be a lot of training for government leaders and the public service in how to respond to disasters. And you'll see in the flood inquiry, Task Force Hawk, which is a bit like Cobra in the UK, how governments respond. So what is the right form of construction? What is the right form of training? Questions about the Reconstruction Authority, how autonomous should they be? How accountable should they be? How do you stand them up in a way that they don't go rogue? I'm just looking here because I've got to pick up something from Mick Fuller. Yeah, okay. So then there's the question of disaster response agencies. And of course, we created some discussion about how they should be structured and what appropriate ones should be. But there's no absolute science on this, and there certainly could be, I think, more research on do we have the right organisation of agencies and how we support them. Mick particularly asked me to raise a question about disaster-making capabilities of volunteers. So he points out when he was head of the police force in New South Wales, you put a lot of emphasis on training and profiling people, and you know who will be strong decision makers and who have other skills. And he said, we don't necessarily do that with volunteers. How do we know who are the appropriate people to put in charge of major decision making when we are using volunteers in the field as well as the professional parts of response organisations? There's the whole question of public education. How do we maximise education for the public for communication purposes and things like that? And then how do you manage funding for disasters? This was something we had enormous help from the New South Wales Treasury, who did a lot of work for us at the inquiry into cost benefit analysis and in how you respond. But you particularly also need to have timing evolution of funding and drawdown arrangements and arrangements between state, federal and local governments about that and international organisations. So there's a lot of work in economics in that area. And then an area where I feel humble about saying anything about it in this audience, understanding and communicating risk. And your CEO will be the best person to guide us all, I think, on that. And we definitely need a much more sophisticated understanding of risk in a wider sense in governments. I mean, I think the insurance industry, some industries do it very, very well, but I don't think we do it well at the level of governments. Education and training. And there's a lot here, and this is a very quick run through it. One of the things we felt was probably important was disaster education in schools. Some of us told us that's a dreadful thing to suggest, the kids will get scared. Well, that was the idea, we said. That disaster educating, it's a bit like in the world of development. They always say you educate women and girls because you get the maximum effect. Similarly here, I think the importance of educating kids so they know what you do. You know, do you have a disaster plan on the back of the kitchen door so they can go home and ask? And often too, because they're the only English speaker in certain families but what form should this education take? At what years? Should it be every year in the social science curriculum? Not sure. We tried asking education experts, there was very little known. I mentioned public education warning. What works best with whom? And the minister said earlier, you know, it's not just one form. What forms should it take? Some people respond better to sound, some to light, some to sort of looking at it themselves. What form should it take? How do we know? And how do we deal with people who have disabilities, to make sure that they understand warnings, and then training for volunteers, and how do we increasingly automate things for disaster responders. So intelligence, building a lot more machine intelligence into our manuals and things. Medical issues, a big space where there is work done, but there is need for more. I've already talked about the smoke issues, we've talked about the mental health issue, but in these areas, how do we make sure there is a deep understanding, particularly across our public health research, about what is needed, and preemptive research? And again, I think it's up to you to get more and more of the people working with you in this area. We heard about how many animals were affected by the fires, but of course in most disasters there's animals hurt, killed, scared. What do you do about it? And again, you often have a lot of vets volunteering, wanting to do things, and always asking the question, how can we help? What should be done? And are we doing enough training in our vet schools? I don't think we are. An area where I've had to face up to the consequence of my own recommendations at various times since I chair the Planning Commission in New South Wales, is one of the great areas where there definitely needs to be a lot more research is town planning. And in town planning, it goes in several areas. One of it's just the instruments dealing with disasters. They're often sort of tacked on to what is seen as the main planning instruments, whether they be planning policies or planning acts or whatever. But often there's a whole myriad of small planning instruments that affect flood or fire or other disasters, but nobody quite has a handle on them, and you have to sort of tack through loads and loads of legal documents to find out what they are at a time when people are desperate because they've lost their houses or whatever. And so there is a need, particularly in a time of climate change, for work on planning on how to build ideal instruments that are flexible and are communicating very easily, and how to tell people what risk they are in buying a house, as well as obvious work on houses. An important area that we recommended in the flood inquiry was that floodplains should come back into public ownership, particularly in high-risk areas, and that they then be let out again on 99-year leases, the way anybody who lives in Canberra is familiar with the 99-year lease system, but in this case, with conditions that say you won't live on them. One of the great issues is, what should you use the floodplains for? Well, you say it's pretty obvious, you know, a bit of agriculture, a bit of sporting fields, maybe home gardens, but there's lots of other things like biodiversity offsets where it could be done. So I think creative thinking about floodplain use is a really important thing. And of course, there's lots of work to be done and has been done on resilient housing, but that's an area where we can't take our foot off the pedal. It's tremendously important. And then finally, I want to talk about a big topic, and I'm only going to do a very small amount on it, and that's ecology. And why am I only going to do a small amount? Because you're going to hear the perfect person on it tomorrow in David Bowman, who's going, I think it's tomorrow, but certainly in this conference, a great pyrogeographer from UTAS who really understands the ecology area, as does Ollie Costello, who I think is also talking and who contributed massively to the flood inquiry. But the whole ecology area is one that is deeply underdone, and really even posing the problems is hard. For a very start, just the, if you like, boring but incredibly important research of monitoring and understanding how many animals we have. That figure that was on Andrew's slide of 3 billion animals, it's an informed estimate, but it is an estimate and we don't really know. So part of it is just background research. But part of the issue in ecology is really understanding what we want to achieve. There was a lot of distress at the end of the fire inquiry about how many animals were killed, correct distress. But one of the issues is are we looking at the future? And is this what's happening? Is this what has always happened and it will happen more? And so one of the questions is, how do we adapt, but what are we adapting to? What do we know is success? And one of the issues that we particularly talked about in New South Wales, and Mark Westerby, a famous ecologist who was at Macquarie for many years, points out that maybe if we do want to try things, and this is what's in green, we should look to transport or transplant, I suppose, it's port if it's animals, I guess, some of our species uphill and down south. So to go in the opposite direction to the climate change, to actually find areas where they might thrive away from where they are. And that's plants and that's animals. And, you know, we sort of heard about the Gondwana forest and how much it was affected in the fires. But, you know, should we be moving parts of that forest further south and further upwards in the hills? So that's an important area. And that's where I want to wrap up. They are areas that if we had had more answers, it would have been good. They're areas where you're doing a lot of research, but I hope you do more so that when I come back on the third inquiry into a disaster, I can finish it very, very quickly and produce an even better report. And good luck for the future to NHRA. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to our next speaker now, Dr. Robert Glasser, who joins us from Berlin in Germany, where he's off gathering new solutions to our challenges here in Australia. Dr. Glasser, as I'm introducing him, will appear on the screen magically behind me. So just to give a bit of insight about Robert and his career, I think he's one of the most humble people in our industry. He is quite a credible background. He's the head of Climate and Security Policy Centre at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute in Canberra. He was previously the United Nations Secretary General's Special Representative for Disaster Risk Reduction and a member of the Secretary General's Senior Management Team. Before joining the UN, he was the Secretary General of CARE International, one of the world's largest non-governmental humanitarian organisations, with over 10,000 staff in 80 countries. Among many other roles, he was also the Assistant Director General of AusAid and is a current board member of the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. One of the main reasons why we invited Robert along today is not just his background, but Robert gave a really great address, and I heard at the AFAC conference how many people really enjoyed what Robert had to say and the way that he described the challenges of the future. So we've challenged Robert today over the next 15 minutes to tell us the next part of the presentation he didn't get to at AFAC, which was about where are the opportunities in regards to the solutions, where are the opportunities to drive research, science and innovation to start to work towards these solutions. So I give you Robert Glasser. Okay, so the first one here, NHRA and Bushfire Natural CRC have a good track record of partnering with EM organisations and departments to set research priorities. What the plan going forward for communities to help drive the research agenda? I think that's a really awesome question and a challenge. We need to find ways to get the voices of community into our program. I think we will continue to run research orientated workshops, and we want to be able to do that and have communities as in the room and as a key participant in those. So that's really important. The next one there is a reliance on AI and technology, a maladaptation. Should we do more to reduce the underlying drivers of disasters, climate change mitigation, better land use planning? One thing we have learned is technology always fails during disaster. You couldn't have written that question any better. So I think one of the key things there too is that obviously our research is going to be multidisciplinary. We need to find solutions that are covering different aspects of the disaster challenge, and we're going to have that multifaceted approach. So I think not only technology, but all these other things that you mentioned there in the question also. How are we going with the technology now? Okay, well, one more. What have we got here? Has there been any work towards collaborating with ACS as a utilisation pathway for the research? Yes, we've had some discussions with ACS. We'll continue those discussions. They're obviously a key player in the landscape at the moment in terms of the Commonwealth Science community. So that we'll continue to do so, and yes, certainly reflect the sentiment there in the question around the utilisation pathway that ACS provides to the centre.
Great. Thank you very much, Andrew. I also, and NHRA for organizing this meeting and for including me, even though I'm far away and at great risk of technical challenges. Also really enjoyed Mary's presentation, which I was able to listen to, and looking forward to Dominique's presentation as well. I'm actually, as Andrew mentioned, in Berlin, where people are trying to avoid or trying to deal with a different disaster risk, which is the war in the Ukraine, which is only, Ukraine's not very far from where I am right now. People are extremely preoccupied with the risks of nuclear weapons being used and with the immediate concern of not having heating for their homes in the winter because of this crisis. But anyway, that's another thing. I'm just going to share my screen, I hope. Yep. Okay. Okay. What I'd like to talk about today is the implications of climate change and the implications, particularly for the research agenda. And the main point I want to make is that I believe we are on the cusp of a very large increase in unprecedented disasters in a whole variety of dimensions in terms of the frequency, the temporal, geographic distributions, and even the very nature of some of these disasters, as Mary was hinting at a moment earlier in her presentation, and that there is an enormous, in fact, exploding need for research in these areas. And what I'd like to do today is first of all, describe what this new era of disasters looks like. And the point I want to make in describing that is that we are really unprepared for this, that we are almost certainly going to be deeply, profoundly surprised by what we start seeing. We're just now on the cusp of this development. The second thing I want to do is share with you some examples, some previews of this new era that are now emerging, both here in Australia, which I know everyone in this literal and virtual room are intimately familiar with because of the expertise that you all bring to this discussion, but also some global examples. And then, well, I think we really do need a call to action on wide-ranging research. There's so many areas of research to cover, predominantly because, as I'll explain, as I'll emphasize in a moment, the changes we're experiencing, this is essentially a systemic change happening, which means everything, virtually everything, is affected by the change. And therefore, there's a huge unmet need for research, which I'll illustrate that in the presentation. So maybe starting with the first, this point about will be surprised. There are a number of dimensions to this point. One is we'll be surprised because imminent, very small changes in seemingly, quote, small changes in climate will have very big societal impacts. And linked to this is the fact that these changes, many of them are happening non-linearly. And that tends to lead to surprise. Some of them maybe even exponentially when you have collapse of ecosystems, for example. And the other critical point to realize is, sadly, there's not a lot we can do about at least in the short to medium term, of these accelerating impacts, because, as probably people in this room would know, the climate system is a bit like a big heavy train. It takes a lot of energy to accelerate it, but then when you stop accelerating it, if you cut the greenhouse gases, and assuming you don't have any brakes, which in this case we don't, the train keeps rolling on and takes a long time to stop. And we have this inertia in the climate system baked in that I don't know any climate scientist that I speak to that believe we will keep warming to 1.5 degrees. Certainly not without heroic efforts on carbon capture, and probably also surpassing 1.5 and then ideally trying to come back down later on. So, and then the second reason we're going to be surprised is what I mentioned a moment ago. This is a systemic change, a systemic impact, where we need to move our mindsets from thinking of single disaster events to multiple, mutually reinforcing, simultaneous events with these increasing cascading impacts across society. And this systemic nature actually always has applied at the level of an individual family or community, where a disaster, any major disaster affects everything from their economic livelihoods to water supply to power generation. But increasingly, that same systemic effect that impacts individual families and communities will now be affecting state level emergencies, national level emergencies, regional scale, and global scale as well. And I'll illustrate that. So let me get on to highlight some examples of small changes have big impacts. And I didn't have this slide with me, so I'm hoping it's going to appear in a moment because I want to play a video. Essentially, over the last decade, we've had, sorry, just one second. Let me try and move this around so I can see my screen. Yeah. Over the last decade, the world has warmed by about 0.25 degrees Celsius. Extremes have become much more prominent in the data. Something like, I guess in that first decade, 2001 to 2010 of the 21st century, these extreme heating events covered about 5% of land globally, land area. And in the subsequent 2 decades, that's increased to 10%. There's been a 90-fold increase in these extreme heat events over the past 10 years relative to the years 1951 to 1980. And I just want to, I'm hoping, yeah, okay. This is slightly old slide, but it captures this dynamic of small impacts. Here, let me just pause this a second. So this is a bell curve of a, I guess, normal climate or system where you've got extreme cold in the tail on the left and extreme heat on the tail on the right. They're basically about the same on each side, and most of the weather climate impacts or climate is in the center of the bell curve. But as we warm the climate, you'll see that the bell shifts to the right. And just observe what happens to the small tail of extreme heat. There's still, and you'll see how rapidly the area under that increases. So let me keep playing this. We're at 1963 to 73. This is only Northern Hemisphere, by the way, but I think it's a really useful slide to show. So let's hope I can play it now. Okay, it keeps running there. It's beginning to shift in the 70s. And I'm going to stop it there because it's a YouTube video and we'll see all sorts of advertisements if I keep running it. But you can see the shift of the curve from just that period of time. This was at this point less than 1 degree of warming, has shifted the number of extreme events just dramatically. And so we're on track now for probably 2 to 3 degrees of warming, assuming, and that assumes the current crisis and the response to it, which includes restarting coal, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't have an impact on the warming that's likely. We're on track for 2 to 3 degrees of warming. So you can see that these, relative to that period 1951 to 1980, it's already a 90-fold increase, and it's just going to keep going. Now, the second little example of this in terms of impacts is sea level rise. There's no rule of thumb on these figures. It really is context, depends on the context. But just to give you, these are figures that I've seen mentioned for a number of different places, but a 10-centimeter rise of sea level changes a 1 in 100-year event to about a 1 in 33-year event. 20 centimeters is 1 in 11-year event. That's not the pace everywhere in the world. In fact, for a variety of reasons, which we can discuss if you're interested, in the tropics, this is happening even faster. 10 centimeters changes 1 in 100-year event to about a 1 in 10-year event. The IPCC says, regardless of your scenario of greenhouse gas emissions, at least by 2050, we're on track for at least 30 centimeters of sea level rise. It's probably a little more than that. And what the UN IPCC suggests, this is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is that soon these will be annual events in many places. So the 1 in 100-year event becoming annual events, plural, and at the fastest pace in the tropics. So very little impacts have very little climate changes. They seem climate. Actually, scientists know that 10 centimeters is a huge change, but just in terms of the popular conception of these things, 10 centimeters has an absolutely enormous impact on these extreme events and therefore on communities and society globally. That second point, reason I mentioned we're going to be surprised, is that this is a systemic change. It's not an environment crisis. It's not even a crisis of disasters. It's a whole system change. And this has been greatly underappreciated, including in the IPCC, not underappreciated, but difficult to document and to demonstrate, including in the IPCC. I have a little quote from one of the reports, but almost each of the reports have highlighted this difficulty of, it's hard enough to talk about what impact will temperature rise have on agriculture without saying what impact will temperature rise, population displacements, increased drought, the changes in the distribution of intense weather events, bushfire risk, the extreme flooding events that I mentioned. Anyway, you could go through these range of impacts that are linked with climate change that are happening at exactly the same time, in effect, simultaneously on agriculture, but it is very complex and technically difficult to deal with. So most of the reports until recently have highlighted that difficulty, noting that the impacts are going to be greater than people realize. And it's really only more recently that a lot of research on this has begun emerging. Now, here we've had so many previews of this, and Mary was talking about some research doing at least some analysis to try and detect the climate signal in these recent events. And of course, you can't necessarily say any one event is climate change, but you can say convincingly that how much more likely the event is in a warming climate than it would have been without. And for each of these, there's significant evidence to that effect, including Black Summer. So these record floods in 2022, Black Summer, the Queensland summer before that, and Tasmanian summer, and I'll really run through these quickly. The floods, it was a Deloitte's report, some of you I'm sure saw, on the southeast Queensland floods. That is not even incorporating the floods that have happened since in this really unusual third year of La Niñas. But those floods cost $7.7 billion at least to Queensland, 500,000 people directly affected, enormous cascading impacts on agriculture, on small business, and a range of other, not to mention the psychological impacts when you have in many communities now, LGAs across Queensland experience their third, fourth, fifth, sixth major disaster activation in 3 years, and really unprecedented situation. Black Summer, where we had record-setting drought, record-setting heat that led to the outbreaks of fires that then became record fires, destroying many millions of hectares. Actually, the Royal Commission report mentions, I think, 23 or 24 million hectares, which was a figure which is just an astounding figure. And then the cascading impacts were absolutely enormous. They involved, of course, the biodiversity issues that Mary mentioned, the huge loss of biodiversity, the air quality issues in Canberra and elsewhere that was just unprecedented, the impacts on the economy, and this crisis also almost became a water security crisis for Sydney, because you may recall Warringamba Dam was threatened at the height of that crisis, and that provides a big chunk of Sydney's drinking water. So these record-setting events, which then had these big cascading impacts. And similarly in Queensland, record drought, record temperatures, outbreak of fires again, that burned 1 million hectares, which at that point was the largest expanse of Queensland burned in the recorded history. And then we had Cyclone Cyclone Owen that dropped record rain amounts, but that didn't break the drought. That happened shortly later when that monsoonal trough settled over the area, causing really immense flooding and killing hundreds of thousands of drought-stressed cattle across Queensland. So, and you can go through, there's the heating event, ocean heating event off Tasmania, which disrupted the farm seafood industry, which caused hydropower shortage, which caused fires to break out in places that hadn't experienced them. And the combined impacts of all these things reduced Tasmania's gross state impact, estimated gross state impact, almost by half. And let me now just illustrate this in this summer that's just passed in the Northern Hemisphere. And this is flooding in Pakistan. We had this Ukraine crisis, which which then was exacerbated by other climate-related events. The flooding in July and August that left a third of Pakistan underwater, 33 million people needing assistance. The record heat wave that ravaged China for more than 70 days, affecting 900 million people in at least 17 provinces. More than 400,000 Japanese evacuating their homes because of record floods, and many thousands of people dying in Europe from the extreme heat conditions. The scale and the simultaneous nature of these events had big cascading impacts as well. Disruptions to hydropower closed Chinese factories and wiped 400 million off their economy in July alone. The shipping was disrupted in Europe on major waterways, and hydropower suffered, causing major impacts. The American Farm Bureau estimated that the production of several crops in the US would be down by 1/3, contributing to the food issues that the war in Ukraine caused. Sindh province in Pakistan, which produces 1/4 of the country's agriculture, excuse me, the floods and other extreme events resulted in a 45% loss in cotton, over a 30% loss in rice. And India suffered a 10 to 35% reduction in crop yields in a number of states just from the record heat wave alone. Now, for me, this is my most important slide, and it's probably the one that has the most errors in it potentially, but I think the general direction and the general comments I want to make about this is, I think, correct. I feel fairly confident about that. There are a number of factors that are now, we have in our natural climate system teleconnections, as everyone knows, during an ENSO and La Niña, El Niño, we have simultaneous extreme events in various places. But there's growing evidence to suggest that these existing teleconnections are being amplified by climate change, and that new ones are emerging. And one example is the disruption to the jet stream, which climate scientists are increasingly associating with climate change, in particular the fact that the poles are warming faster than other parts of the planet. And that is causing the jet stream to meander and to also establish these blocking events. And we saw the effects of this in 2010 when there was an atmospheric blocking event that contributed to record temperatures, the outbreak of fires that killed, from the direct impacts, 50,000 Russians, to record floods that killed 20 million Pakistanis. And the same pattern, and we saw this in 2018 when we had record heat waves and drought in East Asia and in North America. And the worst fire season in California's recorded history. And we've seen this now in many different, on many different occasions over the last 10 years, this periodic, this disruption to the jet stream. During these jet streams, there is a hugely more significant sorry, let me go back to that slide. During the jet stream, so we've seen these similar examples in at least 2003, 2006, and 2015. And these patterns are becoming more, I'm sorry to do this again. My slide keeps going over to there. Are becoming increasingly, seem to becoming more frequent. And, oh my goodness, sorry, way off my slides. There, sorry. Okay, becoming increasingly, seem to becoming more common as a result of the disrupted climate. Now, if we go to ENSO, La Niñas, El Niños, climate science suggested extreme El Niño and La Niñas are going to be appearing much more frequently. In the case of El Niño, they've estimated that extreme El Niño events will double under 1.5 degrees of warming, which is a point we will achieve in probably within a decade. So we have ENSO, La Niñas, El Niños, which are currently the single most important source of these extreme variability globally, with impacts on food and other major societal impacts, including the floods we're experiencing now. And then just to highlight that we have existing slow onset hazards, which themselves are already having impacts like extreme heat events, which are causing not only decreases in agricultural productivity. There's some ABARES research that shows we're already seeing this significant losses for Australian farmers, but also then extreme heat that contributes to drying and contributes to the outbreak of sudden onset events. And the sea level rise issues I mentioned, where there's the steady, slow onset sea level rise that's eroding coastlines at great economic cost, but then also creating the opportunity for these 1 in 100 year events to become sudden onset major disasters happening much more frequently. So although there's a lot of science being done on these issues, if you put these three factors together, you see major simultaneous events happening as a result of the disruptions to jet stream. You see the ENSO and El Niño, La Niñas, which are severe events becoming much more often, and the impacts of these slow onset events. It becomes pretty clear that we're in for major systemic disruptions, and the cascading impacts on food, on energy, on trade, and the impacts on security more generally are going to be deeply profound. That's essentially what worries me most when I think about the future is not increasingly frequent disasters in Australia, but it is, which is worrying enough, it is the idea that this systemic change is resulting in these simultaneous extreme events at multiple geographic scales. And the fact that these things are happening more frequently means at from global to local level, resilience will be eroding. And this is the area which I think is actually the most urgent need for research, understanding this dynamic that is now taking off. And of course, I fully endorse everything Mary mentioned, the research priorities she's identified, they're all enormous. And there's so many things I could list here, but I'll just highlight a few things. The first is obviously based on what I've said. It's clear that history is no longer a reliable indicator of the hazards we're going to experience, but that's how we generally come up with our hazard maps. And with figures like the ones I have here from Insurance Australia Group, these are now old figures. They're out of date for a whole variety of reasons. One, because these are now some years old. 20% of our national GDP and 3.9 million Australians in areas of high to extreme risk of tropical cyclones. I'm sure that's a much larger number now, but they're also out of date because of the impacts climate change will increasingly have. These 1 in 100 year events in many places becoming annual occurrences, or these events happening more frequently. Now, I know in Hurricane Harvey in the US, most of the flooding was outside of the 1 in 500 year flood zone. which could, of course, just meant it was a 1 in 500 year event. But clearly, a lot of work's been done to demonstrate that climate has made those events much more likely. And so we need to adjust our hazard maps. We also need to better understand the hazard interactions. We always talk about multi-hazard risk, but we have hydrometeorological and geological hazards, and there are actual connections with them, although this seems counterintuitive. For example, coral reefs are the most significant natural barrier to tsunami risk. And with climate change, coral reefs will be dying. Well, essentially 90% of them will be lost at 1.5 degrees of warming, and virtually all of them at 2 degrees of warming. So there's a tsunami risk. There's also the new hazards that are emerging, or new characteristics of hazards or dimensions. Mary mentioned the pyrocumulonimbus events, but there are many others I'm sure that we could highlight in a variety of different areas. We need to understand how these hazards are changing and their interactions. This word transformational is so overused, but it is so essential now as we're moving into this new period, and sadly, unavoidably, at least up to 1.5 degrees of warming. And these are just some dot points I added on this. You know, in Queensland, as many of you are aware, there are planning courts, so that when local government areas decide at great difficulty to turn down a developer that comes and wants to build in a hazardous area, in spite of the fact that it would apparently generate huge income for local governments, and the developers then take the case to planning courts, LGAs often don't have the capacity to contest those effectively. It's just a little example of a problem we need to adjust in some way. It doesn't mean, and the problem isn't planning courts, the planning is the weak capacity of many local government areas to be able to enforce land use planning, even the existing land use planning, let alone the ones that needs to be adjusted to reflect how hazard maps change with climate change. We also need to be mainstreaming Build Back Better. The betterment can't be an add-on. We already know, we know places are affected by hazards. We should always be taking that opportunity to build back better. We should be mainstreaming DRR, not just in these not just putting them in dedicated pots of funding for betterment, but they need to be embedded across every area, every sector, tourism, agriculture, roads. There should be opportunities both for research and also for funding for communities to build resilience embedded in each one of every sector that government's supporting at every level, particularly at state and Commonwealth level. We need to be thinking about relocating communities as we are now as a result of the floods. That is unfortunately going to be increasingly important in the year ahead, having land banks, trading, essentially the idea of managed retreats. Mary mentioned briefly the mental health issues. It is absolutely phenomenal, the spike in domestic violence and other issues in at least in Queensland, but I'm sure in many parts of Australia as a result of these disasters. And now we're in the situation, I mentioned the figures in the LGAs of major disasters where we're just having one after another. There isn't time to recover infrastructure, let alone emotionally and psychologically to these impacts. And I just add this last question. I don't know, some of you may have seen, I can't even remember where I saw this, but I thought it was wonderful. You know, we currently take our holidays at the height of the bushfire season, at least. And so when we think of transformational adaptation, there are a whole range of really fundamental questions we need to ask about and that we will need to adjust. I'm sure that Canberrans who want to travel to the South Coast for a holiday, if the winds are blowing and the temperature is 38 degrees, are going to have second thoughts about going down there now because of the experience in Black Summer. And anyway, these things will change one way or the other as a result of disasters or as part of planning. And finally, I'll just go through very quickly, systemic risk. This for me is really an urgent priority. It's highly complex. There's deep uncertainty and the implications are existential. And we need to understand the systemic risk within Australia, the connections between regional systemic risk and our own risks, and the connections between and understand global systemic risk and how that impacts the region and Australia. And just to highlight, there's a climate and security risk assessment currently underway, led by ONI, the Office of the National Intelligence Office, in coordination with Department of Defense, to look at some of these regional security risks that may affect us. And I just want to close by showing you some slides of Indonesia. And Indonesia is absolutely and hugely overlooked hotspot of climate impacts. And they're not only a hotspot of climate impacts, but also huge vulnerabilities and exposure and vulnerabilities. 275 million people, this is a few hundred kilometers at the closest points from Australia, that are on low-lying islands, located low-lying areas of the archipelago, and with a history of instability linked to food price spikes and weak social safety nets for informal sectors. And I'll just give you very quickly run through these pictures of why they're a hotspot. This is actually historical data on where the trends in these record-breaking heating events. This is normalized because actually it's the poles that are warming the fastest, as I mentioned a moment ago. But so right smack Indonesia in the middle of that. This is some recent research on relative sea level rise weighted by length of coastline and population. Sea level rise is happening at the fastest rate globally. Those 1 in 100 year events will become annual events very rapidly in Indonesia and maritime Southeast Asia as well. This just to highlight that whether it's an El Nino or a La Nina, Indonesia and the countries of maritime Southeast Asia are deeply affected, whether it's whenever it appears an El Nino or a La Nina as well. And so these events increasing in severity and frequency will have a big impact on them. And just to remind us that this is also the Ring of Fire. So those events are going to be happening at the same time these countries are experiencing volcanic risk, earthquake risk. Indonesia and the Philippines alone account for 80% of volcanic risk globally. So overlapping hazards, which will have a huge impact as the pace of climate change continues. And the final slide I wanted to show you is just to point out those teleconnections I mentioned are linked fundamentally to tipping points. This is some recent research that is highlighting now adjusting at what degree of warming some of these tipping events will be triggered. And I won't go into the detail, but there's a huge amount of research that needs to be done about these tipping points. And obviously the most fundamental thing we need, most fundamental risk reduction measure is to reduce greenhouse gases as rapidly as possible, or all of our efforts to reduce disaster risk will be overwhelmed by the scale of the hazards that are beginning to emerge. Thank you very much. Sorry, I ran a bit over.
Thank you to Robert and thank you to both our keynote presenters thus far. We are a bit over time. Apologies for that. We will go to an afternoon tea break now. We'll just limit that to 20 minutes and then come back in after that time. But it's been really great that those keynotes have really launched us in. We will move Dominique to Friday morning. She's kindly agreed to that. So look forward to Dominique then. But we'll come straight back in 20 minutes time. We've got a real key focus on utilisation there. We've got some really good speakers. So look forward to seeing you back here in 20 minutes time. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. If we could start making our way in now, please, and finding ourselves to the seats. I'll let you in on a secret. The lights are really bright, so I can't tell if there's people moving around or not. Well, thanks, everyone. It's my pleasure to chair this afternoon's session. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sandy White. and I'm the Manager of Research and Evaluation at AFAC, and I'm also one of the Directors of Natural Hazards Research Australia. Just as we start this session, I'd like to do my own personal acknowledgement of country and of elders past, present and emerging, and in particular the fact that we are meeting here this afternoon on the lands of the Turrbal and Yagara peoples. So this session, we're really going to be talking about driving change, evidence-informed policy and strategy. We're going to hear from a couple of speakers first, and then we're going to have a panel session and a discussion panel session to round out the afternoon. It's been really fantastic. So many people have been using Slido, so it's really great that you're using Slido. We just have a few protocol things with Slido. The first one is a lot of you are being very brave and using anonymous as your Slido tag. And as the moderator of this session, I can tell you that if you use your own name, you're more likely to get your question put forward to the panel. And the other part of it is, with a lot of the questions, we can't quite tell who the question's been directed to. So if you could actually, in the use of Slido, indicate who you're directing the question to, that would be fantastic. So without further ado, I'm now going to introduce Simon Heemstra, who is known to many of you. Formerly the Manager of Community Planning at the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, then the National Manager of Hazard Preparedness and Response at the Bureau of Meteorology, and now the Director of National Projects and Innovation at AFAC. And he's also the Program Director for the new Australian Fire Danger Rating System. So Simon, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Sandy. G'day, everyone. Giaro Simon Heemstra, Bayo Nura Biabial. So I'm Simon, and I speak to you in the Sydney language. Nara Nawa Nyandi Yagawa Yarraga Nura. So friends, we sit here today on Yarraga country, and I also pay respects to all the traditional lands that you're joining us online. Kaminma Bijari Yerubana, Naganga Bugugu Bagama Mirang Daddy Nadrang Digigura. I show respects to the ancestors and the people who belong to this place. Thank you. So for this session, looking at where we're going with using science and knowledge and how we actually turn that into policy and processes, and I suppose what's driving us in this space, and thinking about the sector in emergency management and where we're going as far as how we're using science and policy. And as Sandy said, I've had some experience, quite a lot of time with the Rural Fire Service, and a lot of the examples I'll give you today are of what we've done in the Rural Fire Service with developing some of the policy and why we've needed to do it, but why are we going to need to do it more? And you may have noticed in some of the earlier sessions, there's a bit of theme about climate change. So it was, I think, a subtle message that's been so far that we've been having, but it is a real challenge that we need to look at where we're at with climate change, and particularly what does that mean for us as an emergency management sector, and how we implement and use these new ideas and research. We hear the word unprecedented, and it's actually it was mentioned in one of the previous presentations. And how long for a sector can we keep saying that? And how long can we keep saying these things are unimaginable? And what's our responsibility to actually start imagining and preparing for these things? There's going to be a lot of surprises that come around the corner for us with climate change, and particularly how things interact and systems that we hadn't planned for and hazards interact. And that's going to be a key thing for us getting ready into this space. But what is our path to adoption with a lot of these new ideas, and how do we take it on within the sector? There's going to be pressures on governments for cost savings, and it's going to continue, and particularly where we're coming out of a lot of the global pressures and challenges we've had with pandemics and global insecurity issues. And so in the EM sector, how do we more effectively do that? And also the other thing that we've got to look at is we've got a heightened level of accountability and scrutiny. So we already did this afternoon, we looked at some of the Mary and the inquiries that she's been undertaking, the coronial investigations, but even the jury of social media, and how quickly we've got to be able to respond and defend and justify the sort of decisions and things that we do. So through my career, I've been involved in developing some quite major policy pieces. And in implementing these policy pieces, there's been a real need to use science and adopt it into operational use, and it's the pragmatic application of that science. And so one of the first major projects I was involved with was implementing a bushfire environmental assessment code. So we had legislation come through that said environmental assessment's taking too long, it's taking us years, it's holding up hazard reduction. We had legislation come in and say that you needed to do an assessment for these works. It had to be done in 5 days and it needs to be free. And so there was a real challenge as to how you condense all that science into something that's valid, justifiable, defendable, and useful into this process. Looking at risk planning, there's a lot of work that's been done in improving the risk planning space. I see Mel's here in the audience. It would be good to, if you have an opportunity to chat with her, and some of the work that's happening in New South Wales Rural Fire Service with actually quantifying risk and quantifying the effect of treatment. And I think that as far as accountability and policy and decision making and defending what we're doing, we really need to lift the bar in that level. And a lot of that's been using science as far as our fire behaviour understanding, using fire behaviour modelling, using Bayes nets. We've been working with Trent and Owens here with us today, and a lot of researchers we've had in the past that have helped us build this process that we have as far as risk planning. Building the fire behaviour analysis capability is something that's massively expanded, and particularly, again, looking at accountability. I've had the joy of being an expert witness many times now in coronial inquiries, and it's having to build this capability, use the science, use it for better decision-making support, and also supporting communities as far as what they need to do in emergency situations, but also how we justify and defend it. Glad to see Dave Wilkie's here in the audience, one of my recent coronial inquiry investigations. It was the science and research he'd done in the public literature that really helped the emergency management sector respond and explain as to what the challenges we'd had in that area. And so this link and working with researchers is really critical on the operational side of things. And finally, Australian Fire Danger Rating System. Been involved with this for 12 years. We've been going on with this project. Really excited we implemented on the 1st of September, phase 3, which is the operationalising of the fire behaviour indicator. So that's, as far as policy and decision making, that's been a really rigorous and a strong, sound process that we've used as far as that development. The first phase of it, looking at the research and the scoping as far as where we need to go. The second phase, really justifying doing the piloting, prototyping, and the cost benefit analysis. And the third phase as far as the implementation. But this is using 60 years worth of science and research into implementation that's come into building this new system that we've now improving decision-making support for emergency management, but also the community to understand things. So there's also challenges as far as when we put research into practice, and you need to think that the role of the sector of emergency management is about reducing harm. That is our business, and a lot of that that comes down to trust, and also the community having trust as far as the messaging we're providing, and so that they undertake actions that are appropriate to save their lives in that situation. If there's things that are needed that occur that erode that, it also has effect on people's lives and survival in these emergency situations. And I think this is the trust situation that the emergency management sector needs to work with researchers as well. There's challenges, and it's great for researchers to challenge and evolve and improve the work we do. But it's having that communication and dialogue and working effectively with researchers is so important, so that we most effectively can implement the work you're doing, but also maintain and build that trust through the system. And so there's a lot of work that's coming now in the space of, what are we looking as far as mitigation strategies and risk management, and what's the best return for effort that we could have in mitigation space, and challenging a lot of the ways we've looked at things in the past, and particularly under climate change, we've got to do that. And there's also opportunities for us to learn from the more distant past and how we incorporate Indigenous knowledge and management. So that's quite important for us into the future. I think as far as whetting your appetites for this panel, that'll do for me. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks very much, Simon. Next, we're going to hear from Josh Whittaker, and he's going to talk to us about warnings and communications. Josh was one of the first PhD candidates out of the bushfire CRC, so even before the bushfire natural hazards one. And as a researcher at the University of Wollongong, he's conducted post-event research on some of the most significant bushfires over the last decade. And he's now the coordinator of community engagement at the Rural Fire Service of New South Wales. So welcome, Josh.
Thanks, Sandy, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here at the inaugural Natural Hazards Research Australia Research Forum, and I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land, the Turrbal and Yagara peoples, and I pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to any First Nations people here today or watching online. So since 2009, the Australian Fire and Emergency Management sector has supported a program of post-incident research that I think has yielded some pretty critical insights into how people understand risk, plan and prepare, respond and recover from natural hazards and disasters, and in particular, bushfires. So I think the value of this work has been in the applied nature of the research and the high degree of collaboration between agencies and researchers right the way through the research process. So today I want to talk about some key insights and impacts from a few of the post-bushfire research projects that I've been involved in, initially through the bushfire CRC and then through the bushfire and natural hazards CRC. So since 2009, by my counting, happy to be corrected, there have been 11 post-bushfire studies conducted across Australia. And I acknowledge that there's many faces in this room who have either contributed as researchers or agency supporters of that work. Today I'm going to talk about some key insights and impacts from 3 of these studies that I've been involved in. And I think each of them has helped develop our understanding of community preparedness and responses to fire, and has led to some changes to policy and programs that have really helped communities understand their risk and make those preparations that they need to respond safely. So I'll begin with Black Saturday. Of course, February 7, 2009, it remains one of Australia's deadliest and costliest bushfire disasters, which saw in the space of just a few hours, 173 people lose their lives and more than 2,000 homes destroyed. In the days after the fires, planning began for what would become and remains, I think, the largest post-incident deployment of researchers and agency personnel in Australian history. And over the course of 12 weeks, researchers collected data on fire behaviour, building and environmental impact, and community experiences of the fires. And as part of this work, the social science research team collected 613 interviews and gathered over 1,300 questionnaire responses from fire-affected families and businesses, which is an enormous data set and really one of a kind. So some of the key insights that I see, obviously there are a lot from this research due to the scale of the disaster and in particular the number of lives lost. But the speed and intensity of the fires, which burnt under really catastrophic conditions, meant for many people fire plans were truly tested. And the research documented deficiencies in people's planning and preparation that often prevented them from enacting their fire plan if they had one. And often this was just one small weakness. I think we initially described it as a weak link in their preparedness. The research also documented the tendency for people to wait and see, meaning that they delayed their decision to leave or to stay until they had a better sense of the threat. And in many cases, people were very rapidly overcome by fire. So we found that many people evacuated at the last moment, which historically is the most dangerous response to bushfires, or found themselves trapped at a property that they were unable to defend. So these findings were quite influential in the Royal Commission's understanding of the community response to the fires. And recommendation 1 was that the state of Victoria revise its bushfire safety policy And this really led to greater emphasis on leaving early as the safest option, and also better communication about the really high degree of planning and preparation that's required for people who intend to stay and defend. Importantly, I think the Commission also recognised that in reality, people will continue to wait and see. They're not necessarily staying or going. And as a result, we needed to accommodate in our policy other options, predominantly sheltering. So this led to greater provision of sheltering options and better advice on how to shelter safely. And a collaborative project that I was involved in with others in this room, with CSIRO and CFA, provided a foundation for a lot of those changes. January and February 2017 saw more significant fires in New South Wales. The one pictured here is the Sir Ivan fire, which burnt under catastrophic fire danger conditions in the state's central west. And it destroyed 35 homes, community buildings, and impacted on a whole range of agricultural assets. Again, the New South Wales RFS commissioned research into this and a couple of other fires involving 113 interviews and a questionnaire that was completed by over 500 people. Key insights here. One was that people underestimated the risk of fires that were burning under conditions that were not extreme or catastrophic. So high fire danger was seen as something that wasn't particularly risky. We also found that people who were threatened by the Sir Ivan fire often didn't understand what catastrophic fire danger rating was or how it interacted with their own intention or their plan for how they'd respond. So this really led to much clearer communication about the types of actions that are needed at different levels of fire danger provided to the community. I think a really key insight from this work was the tendency for people to visually confirm a threat before taking action. So in many cases, people received warnings that they thought were clear and easy to understand and useful, but they were still going to have a look at the fire, were going to talk to people about what they should do. So this isn't an issue of refining our warnings or improving the messaging, but about providing people with the sort of soft support around the warnings that they needed to make sense of it for themselves. And the RFS, this work has supported the RFS development of the community field liaison role, which is an on-the-ground position within an incident management team, one of which the functions is to help people understand and act on warnings and information that they receive during fires. So a really innovative program. Black Saturday, most recently, of course, over the course of a season that began in August 2019 and ended in February 2020, 5.5 million hectares of the state burnt, almost 2,500 homes destroyed and 25 people losing their lives in New South Wales. Obviously a pretty unique season in terms of its length and the area affected, but also by the fact that tens of thousands of tourists visiting, in particular the South Coast, were caught up in the disaster. So again, we conducted research with the support of New South Wales Rural Fire Service, involving interviews with over 200 households and a survey completed by over 1,000 people. So there was a lot of focus on technology in the last session. And when speaking with people about their experiences of fires, again, we found that they were getting the information that they needed. It was timely, it was relevant, it was useful, but it wasn't enough. They wanted more. They wanted highly detailed and localized information in real time. That was their expectation. So they wanted this to make more responsive, or some would say last minute decisions, which obviously is a challenge to some of the core messages that as an industry we've been giving for over a decade. So there's a challenge here that I don't think we're really addressing yet, which is to counter these expectations and help people prepare for the days when the power goes out and the phones go down. And finally, perhaps the most unique feature of this research was the insight it gave us into the awareness and preparedness of tourists and visitors to bushfire affected areas. And often these people were coming from areas where bushfire is not something that they would normally contend with. So this is something that as a fire service we've been thinking a lot about and working on. So we've been working on a response to recommendation 16 of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry, which is now complete, and has seen us work very closely with Destination New South Wales and Resilience New South Wales to support materials that support tourism businesses to provide good information to the public about how they can prepare. So I want to finish with 3 suggestions for future research. The first 2 are quite general in nature, and the last one's a bit more specific. So the first one is that we need to continue to listen to and document people's experiences and stories of disaster, even when they're difficult to hear or maybe critical of the services that we provide. It's important for disaster survivors themselves, but it's also the best way that we can find out how the services and products that we provide are being used by and benefit the community. And we can use social media, we can scrape Facebook, we can do all those things, but I'm not aware of a better way to do that than by sitting down with people and talking to them. The second is that agency research collaboration is critical. Simon made the same point at every stage of the research process. I think, in my experience, this is something that the Australian sector's done well, and I'm sure will continue through NHRA. And finally, there's a question for researchers around how we can better understand and account for human mobility in risk planning and management. So I think so much of our planning is based on where people live. This is a challenge that Mel and others within the Rural Fire Service are dealing with, not where they actually are when a hazard occurs. We saw this with the tourists and visitors who are affected by the Black Saturday fires, but we also see it, for example, when 70% of the Hornsby Ku-ring-gai population, for example, leave their LGA for work on a weekday. So Andrew talked earlier about research producing tangible gains, and I think this is an area where we could achieve real gains to help manage that risk to our communities and not just from fire. Thanks.
Thank you. In our rapid fire presentations, we're next going to hear from Vivienne Tippett. Professor Tippett is the Director of Research for QUT's School of Clinical Science and has worked for nearly 20 years as a clinical researcher in emergency pre-hospital care. And she also led the Bushfire and Natural Hazard CRC project on emergency warnings and crisis communication. And in 2018, she was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for services to medical education. So welcome, Viv.
Thank you very much. And can I join my colleagues in expressing my deep thanks to the ancestral and current elders of the land on which we meet, and thank them for their welcome. In thinking about this subject, and I'm just reflecting, listening to Sandy give that introduction, that I need to update that little piece, because I reckon it's more like 30 years, but it has given me the opportunity to work across health and emergency services agencies for that period of time on a number of, I'm fortunate to say, quite significant pieces of policy reform and operational change, which we've been able to influence as a consequence of research that we've done. So in thinking about today, I have those sort of examples in the back of my mind. And it occurs to me that there was a repetitive experience that has come out of that, which relates to 3 or 4 things which are critical, I think, for facing this challenge about how we construct and deliver evidence-based policy, and how we socialise that policy into operational realities. Because after you've got policy, there's still another step to do, and that is, how do you put all of that science on the ground and being implemented on a daily basis. And so the 4 things that I wanted to reflect on today were these: relationships, relevance, response, and reputation. And there won't be new things to any of the people in this room. But evidence-based policy is, I think, in my mind, some sort of rigorously generated objective evidence or proof about a better or more efficient way to do something. What it isn't is policy based on common sense or history, ideology, anecdote, intuition. We've always done it that way. And any of those other examples that we sometimes hear in this space. And so for that reason, these four things, while they might sound simple, are in my mind critical to lifting our game on the implementation science in this particular topic area. We all know in this room that many investigations and commissions have consistently reported on some things like communications and warnings and the preparedness of the community. And it's not that people aren't working on those issues. It's not that agencies aren't implementing new strategies, but we are facing the challenge, which many of the previous speakers have talked about, where we have cascading and increasingly complex events coming so quickly one after the other that even the most responsive, and I'll go so far as to say cashed up, politically connected agency cannot keep pace with the speed of shift in the evidence that's been generated. So we must understand this to be, this is a long game. Evidence-based policy is a long game. But these four characteristics, I think, help us in making the evidence that we generate effective for the work that we do. One is relationships. In our experience as a team working in the warnings and emergency alert space, thanks to funding from the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC over nearly a 7-year period. The team and I were fortunate to have the opportunity to develop some really close relationships. And while some of us had various levels of experience with emergency services agencies, not everybody did. And we were very quickly set up, if you like, with one of the AFAC subcommittees, which was the Communications and Warnings Subcommittee. And on that subcommittee had members who were responsible and decision makers for the emergency and community warnings in agencies across the country, in each state and territory, and sometimes in more than one capacity. So we might have people who were decision makers in the policy space, as well as people who were on the ground crafting messages during actual events. Now, those relationships, I think, were absolutely pivotal. They were pivotal to something that several other speakers have mentioned already today, and that is the need to co-create a shared language. Researchers have their own bunch of language, as do operational people. We're both masters of the acronym. You throw all of those acronyms into one room on the one topic, and all you end up with is a great deal of confusion. So you need to spend time with people and develop an understanding of what each of us mean by a variety of terms, and from which theoretical background do we come, and what can we share mutually for benefit. Relevance is the other thing which really has resonated with me for many years. I've had, in many ways, a strange academic career. I've been in and out of the public sector, in and out of the private sector, and in and out of academia. And one of the things that I know was deeply frustrating to people that I worked with in emergency services was when, and I ran a research, the Australian Centre for Pre-Hospital Research at the time, but we'd have researchers from outside the agency skip in and say, have I got the solution for you? And the problem with that was they would very often come with the solution to a problem which my clinical colleagues did not have. And there's a great deal of frustration, wasted time and effort in those sorts of interactions. So it's critical. And one of the good things that I'm sure the NHRA will continue, and in fact, we've heard reference to it from both Katherine and others this morning, is the importance of embedding researchers in the operational environments as far as we can. In order to answer the questions that are critical to the agencies, you have to understand what the operational reality is, what the policy environment is, and what the levers are for change. And it's very difficult to see those things when you're always on the outside. If you have relationships such as we were able to utilize to help us make those conversations of relevance more frequent, and you don't always agree, but you have a platform on which you can debate engagement, then you are much more likely to get a product of relevance. And because of the positioning of the work we're able to do in those two regards, we have been able to contribute in significant ways to a number of policy changes, to the revision of a number of documents which have helped inform the way we go forward in the emergency warnings and communication space, and to provide some quick and easy to absorb pieces of advice for people on the ground doing the job in real time. So I think some of the things that we've been able to achieve, and my experience in other areas as well, has drawn me to understand that those two things are absolutely critical. You have to be responsive. One of the big challenges we face in evidence-based policy is research takes time, policy takes time. Getting those two timelines to align can be very challenging. And most of us will experience, you know, regardless of which side of the fence you're on, whether you're a provider or you're doing research attempting to inform improved practice, that those timelines can sometimes be challenging. And as researchers, I think we have to learn to be as nimble as we possibly can in responding, but also to find, to spend enough time to understand what the policy levers are in agencies. Someone once said to me, and it related not to this topic area, but to some solutions in a major national review that I conducted of a health policy, that a good idea is not a good idea, is not a good idea. A good idea is one that can be implemented. A good idea is one that can be monitored. And as it stuck in my mind, and I think it's one thing that I would draw our attention to again. And finally, reputation, particularly in the emergency services area, but I would also say in the health area where I have a lot of experience, reputation is critical. My colleagues who I've been working with during the bushfire natural hazards have very intense interest in this whole concept of trust. And we know that emergency services agencies are consistently trusted, and the expectations on them during these sorts of events are extremely high. The evidence which we contribute is critical to the ongoing reputation of those agencies and maintaining that trust and belief in the community, which is critical to us being able to actually deliver the key objective, which my colleague drew our attention to, which is the protection of life first and property. So this is a big circle which does all hang together, but I think is deeply dependent, in my mind at least, on these four characteristics. So I'm really keen to have a chat to you all on the panel, so I'm going to leave it there.
Melissa Parsons is a professor of physical geography at the University of New England, and she led the development of the Australian Disaster Resilience Index in conjunction with the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC and many Australian emergency service agencies. The index is used to conduct the national level assessment of disaster resilience in Australia. And she's also the editor-in-chief of the Australian Journal of Emergency Management. And I now invite her to come forward to talk to us about resilience.
Thank you. I also acknowledge the traditional ancestry of the lands where we gather today. How do you go forward? Oh, the big green one. I was doing the little green one, sorry. So I've been asked to do some scene setting here about the opportunities and limitations of collaborative research. And I want to do three things today. Briefly overview the Australian Disaster Resilience Index for those who aren't familiar with it, take you through the progression of the research, and then offer a few reflections on collaborative research from my experience through this project. So the Australian Disaster Resilience Index, or ADRI, was developed over 5 years. And we've ended up here with this interactive website that allows users to explore the capacities for disaster resilience across Australia. And this is the first time that Australia has had a nationally standardised index and assessment of disaster resilience. So the ADRI reports an index of disaster resilience, an index of coping capacity, an index of adaptive capacity, and indexes for those 8 themes in orange, which represent the system of social, economic, and institutional factors that influence disaster resilience. It also reports a typology that allows users to look at which areas across a state or across Australia share the same disaster resilience strengths and barriers. But how did the project progress? So now I'll go back in time a bit to 2014, when Phil Morley and I submitted our proposal into the newly minted Bushfire and Natural Hazards, CRC. We were unknown to the organisation, but we had this idea to develop an index that operationalised the National Strategy for Disaster Resilience, which was only a couple of years old then. And we proposed this project to be able to monitor, evaluate, and report the resilience of Australian communities to natural hazards at a national scale. So we were lucky enough to be successful in our grant application, and we first met with a group of end users who had identified that an index of disaster resilience was something their agencies would be interested in. And I want to offer my sincere gratitude and thanks to these agencies and the project champions for their ongoing support and participation in the ADRI. I know some of you are here today. So the project progressed like this. We brought the end users together in 2015 for a workshop to get a sense of what a national index of disaster resilience should cover. Remembering that at the time, the concept of disaster resilience was quite new in the emergency management sector, and agencies Australia-wide were grappling with what it meant and how to operationalise it. Some agencies had definite ideas of using an index of resilience in dashboards and community profiles. Others were just starting to develop strategic frameworks that were aligned to this new paradigm of resilience. So what we did first was to bring everyone together and come to some sort of shared understanding of disaster resilience, and to make a conceptual framework that we would then use to undertake this assessment of disaster resilience in Australia. The research team then went into an index development phase that lasted for about 2.5 years. And that was really weird for a while because we had no outputs during that time. And even though the end users were incredibly patient and incredibly supportive, thank you, it might have seemed odd from an agency perspective to have gone on for so long without a product. But as scientists, we didn't think it was odd. We were focused on doing good science and getting it right, not just getting it done. And the outputs were actually coming through, but they were internal, and they were the boring and invisible things like indicator sets and statistical code. But it did get done, and it came out as a national index, which we formed into a State of Disaster Resilience report. So really, as we traversed through these stages, the end user engagement was high as we designed the index together. Then it dropped off during the index development stage, and then it picked up again with the review of the findings prior to the release of the report. So we thought that the report would be the end of the research, but really it was just the start, because what happened is that the report didn't really represent the best form of accessibility for this nationally standardised comparative index. So with the support of the Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC, we then developed the ADRI website to visualise the data. And again, at this stage, end user input was high in helping to design the functionality of the website and to user test the website. And I think that once we built the website, the index really came into its own in operationalising resilience, because it was spatial, comparative, online, free and available for anyone to use in any sector. So the website has been viewed over 2,000 times by over 700 unique users, and we've issued 13 API keys, and the API allows users to integrate the ADRI into systems and platforms rather than just using the website. We also went on a roadshow, and although this was interrupted by the COVID lockdown last year, we've held 5 experiential workshops in different states. If you'd like to hold one, please just let me know. During these workshops, we explore the website and how the index can be used to support different types of activities. So what this has done is to show ADRI to a whole range of end users that weren't part of that initial project, like local government, community services, researchers, and various NGOs. I've talked to dozens of people about ADRI and what the index means and what it says. So here's just a few examples of how it's being used. It's being used in recovery planning, so by agencies and NGOs following the Black Summer bushfires, and now as an input into the multi-criteria analysis for the Northern Rivers recovery and mitigation planning. It's being used to guide the New South Wales monitoring and evaluation framework for recovery activities. In local government, it's being used in community resilience planning and emergency policy and planning. It's been considered in state risk assessments in WA, Tasmania and New South Wales. It's being used by community engagement teams to support community profiling and information dashboards. It's being used by researchers, and it's being seen in the philanthropic and corporate sector. It was used in the Minderoo Blueprint as backgrounding to the Royal Commission into national natural disaster arrangements, and as backgrounding to the recent Actuaries Institute Home Insurance Affordability Green Paper. So one of the fundamentals of the CRC model of applied problem-driven knowledge production is that science is used, not just useful. The ADRI is being used and it's useful. Another fundamental knowledge production, another fundamental of knowledge production in a science to policy framework is that good science underpins good management. The ADRI is good science that's being applied in the sector to understand and operationalise resilience. All right, time to reflect. Natural Hazards Research Australia is set to embark on a new research program, and that's going to be embedded in these traditions of collaborative, problem-based and end-user-driven research. So I've participated in several CRCs and adaptive management-based organisations through my career. You may be surprised to learn that I'm a river scientist, not a social scientist. In my opinion, from the research bank of the river, The management team at Natural Hazards Research Australia are exceptional in supporting collaborative research. They are mature, responsive, and effective. And that matters to me because first and foremost, I'm a scientist. And although I'm learning other skills, I don't necessarily have the expertise in knowledge brokering or communications or business development that are key to successful industry-based research. So for any researchers or indeed end users out there wanting to join Natural Hazards Research Australia, you are in good hands. But at more of an ADRI project level, here's a few reflections on the characteristics of our collaboration. So the first is really about the relational positioning of researchers and end users, and that changed through the course of the ADRI project. So during the index design, over on the left-hand side there, the researchers and end users were working together to design and conceptualise the index. During the data collection, that switched to researchers kind of going off grid to collect data and end users waiting for something to happen. Although we did have regular updates at the research forums. And on the right-hand side there, now that the ADRI website is available, the researcher stands outside the space as end users adopt the ADRI into programs and policies, and I really only help and advise when and where I'm asked to do so. So the ADRI is transforming from a piece of good science into a self-organised community of practice in a way where the ADRI and what it says about capacity for disaster resilience in Australia is being used to support good management. The second reflection is on some of the capitals that kind of bond collaborators. In my interpretation, and this kind of relates to what Viv just said, there was trust, and there was also a sustained sense of interest and willingness to learn together about resilience assessment and the industry settings into which that needs to be applied. One thing I think I could have done better and handled better was communication, especially during the data collection stage, where I think I went into a zone that a lot of scientists go into to block out the world and discover new things. And that's a flaw in my relational practice in a collaborative setting and something to think about doing better at in future work. These relational positions and the background trust, communication and social learning are things to monitor through any collaborative project. Although each project is different, these relational positions may just be an indicator of natural variation as the research progresses through its different stages, or it may indicate where collaborative relationships need attention. Thanks very much. I'll leave it there.
So to finalise our part here with the speakers before we go to our discussion panel, we're actually going to have two speakers join us now. I'm sorry, I'm going to get the name wrong, I'm sorry. Dor Son Tan, who's the Head of Distribution at Energy Networks Australia, and Steve Martin, who is the Research and Development Senior Strategist at Powerlink Queensland. And they're actually going to talk to us about Project Ignis, which is a joint project to look at a standardised methodology for assessing the cost of catastrophic bushfire events. So it's going to be a tag team, but I think really a nice application in the business world as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, you did a great job, so well done. It's less of a tag team today than more of a me making Stephen look well and look good. So just a little bit of context from the ENA side, as we call ourselves, Electricity Networks, Energy Networks Australia. We are the peak body that represents gas distribution, electricity transmission and distribution organizations. In plain English, what that means to you is probably if you have a gas heater, a gas supply, and poles and wires in the street. So hopefully that's a little bit of English for you. Our members provide more than 16 million energy connections to almost every home, business, and factory, whatever farm that you can think of in Australia. And as an organization, we coordinate and advocate on behalf of our network members on a range of issues such as bushfire, floods, climate resilience, safety, technology, future networks, the list goes on. Just as a bit of a mud map, we represent all of the network businesses in Australia. So this really exposes us to the entire gamut of potential natural hazards that we can be affected by or impacted by, because fundamentally, if our customers are impacted, then we're also impacted, and vice versa as well. So, I won't go through the entire list, but we'll see bushfires, we'll see floods, we'll see hurricanes, hopefully not tsunamis, but who knows? In terms of our context, as I mentioned, our electricity assets are particularly vulnerable or susceptible to natural disasters, bushfires, flooding in particular, but also hurricanes as well. And this was really, exemplified in the 2019 Black Summer Royal Commission, where, and also this figure on the right here by Energy Management Victoria, where so much of our society is now built around energy and specifically electricity. You need pumps to pump water for fires or even, for firefighting activities. You need electricity to run, so diesel pumps for fuel stations when, fire cuts off certain communities. So I guess to us, resilience is one of our top 3 priorities, in amidst some other things. But also as important context, as regulated monopolies, we undertake revenue determinations and we get effectively a cap on our revenue every 5 years by the Australian Energy Regulator. And we are constantly trying to make the most informed decisions and business cases and investments that we can to mitigate resilience, climate change, changing technologies, cost of living, all of these things sort of go into this big soup that happens every 5 years. And effectively, we have to try and make 5-year bets as to what will happen and what is the most cost-effective way of delivering our service to our customers during that 5 years. But enough from me, and more on Project Ignis from Stephen Martin. Thank you.
Thanks, Dor Son. And firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the foundational work of the ENA on Project Ignis. I'd like to acknowledge Sarah Mizzi from NHRA as she is now, but also the Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC. My ENA colleagues, because certainly when Project Ignis was first undertaken, Powerlink was in the shallow end of the pool as far as our understanding of bushfire mitigation. And it's only through the informed collaboration of my colleagues like Mick Emmett, who's in the room, and Ian Fitzpatrick, who may be online but isn't with us here today, that we've been able to produce a model that then Powerlink has now done a direct engagement with NHRA around what it means for us as a business. I'd also like to acknowledge First Nations people, their elders past, present and emerging, and just give you an idea of the fact that Powerlink is truly committed. It's not just words. We have a reconciliation action plan. We've taken the first steps, and these are the steps that we're committing to for the, I guess, the next round of maturity of our reconciliation action plan. And I'm personally committed to that as well. The artwork on these slide decks is from a First Nations group in far north Queensland, and my chief executive did a auction of their artwork with other people that, like him, who are more affluent than the people in the community in the Lockyer River community in far north Queensland, to buy their artwork at reasonable prices to put some money back in the community. So that's the sort of real action I think Powerlink's talking about. We're also very excited about our position in the Queensland Energy and Jobs Plan. Unfortunately, I'm sworn to secrecy, and we'll have some public announcements about that on the 4th of November. But I do have some slides here for those of you who don't know who Powerlink is, just to give you a bit of a background that we're the high voltage backbone network for Queensland, that we're enabling the transition transmission is enabling the transition to renewable energy future that we all need, and the 70% renewables we're planning to have in place in Queensland in 10 years' time. And another slide more illustrative of that position that we have in the market. And yet another. We're fearful that you don't know what we're about as a business. So my colleagues encouraged me to make sure that you had a full understanding of our position in the market. So back to, I guess, fire research and things I'm more comfortable talking about as well. We've been conscious when we first engaged with the ENA and the Project Igneous Research Group, we came into that late, but looking at national and international trends, despite being a transmission network operating in Queensland at the time, and this is before we had catastrophic fire weather in Queensland twice in November of 2018 and 19. Our transmission network seems comparatively low risk, fairly resilient to either starting fires or being impacted by fires. But all the trends indicated, look, we need to be at the table and thinking about this issue. So there's climate change, trends, and also we've joined a benchmarking and working with other utilities, not just nationally, but also internationally. Talking to our colleagues that we work with closely here in Queensland, Queensland Fire and Biodiversity and Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, that they're also indicating, look, this is a growing issue for us and we need to be balancing all the risks as part of our network. We work with those partners to take a landscape approach to managing the risks, and the adoption of the Project Igneous results into our bushfire mitigation measures at Powerlink is just one of those measures that we're undertaking. So back to the Project Igneous that was undertaken as part of the Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC and those other research partners as part of that body of work. I won't bore you with going through those aims and objectives, but they were focused on the southeast Queensland part of Australia. And there wasn't a Queensland case study. And rightfully so. So that was driven by distribution networks based on the likelihood of those incidents and the catastrophic economic impacts that has had on the communities and the networks in those areas. So there's a photo of some of that collaboration, and having come in, parachuted in halfway through the actual foundational work, I was immediately impressed with the ability to coordinate researchers, communicate back with industry members, listen to them, really listen to them, and the ENA members were then influencing and informing the research, and that was changed and adapted to make sure we ended up with a result that could be delivered and adapted even for somebody who was in the shallow end of the pool like Powerlink. So the Queensland case study. So we've done a direct engagement and we went back to Sarah, and Sarah is now with the Natural Hazards Research Australia, and they called up the old team and said, look, are we interested in doing some work? And part of the brief that they were able to put forward, I guess that differentiates it from some other considerations. There were commercial considerations and partnering with our existing partners like Queensland Fire and Emergency Services and Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium, was that One, this would take us up to industry best practice. This has already been demonstrated through E&A. It's been communicated to the economic regulator as this is a methodology that we've worked at as an industry. And they're also going to work with our other agencies and partners like Queensland Fire and Biodiversity and Queensland Fire and Emergency Services. Now, this slide, when I show it at Powerlink, people get very, very excited about Bayesian networks and statistics. Now, you may not get as excited, but for us, as Dor Son just touched on, for us, coming down to $1 for risk determines our investment decision-making, which then informs our regulatory revenue, which is the majority of our revenue as a business. So coming up with a sound and methodical and repeatable scientific methodology that comes up with $1 value for a risk for that particular structure, that's gold for us. And we work hard at trying to come up with good numbers that aren't driving costs up, but are making sure our assets are resilient. So there's the steps as far as the Project Ignis methodology. And as far as our implementation, because I'm getting close to time and we want to ask plenty of questions. Apart from our AER submission, which is 4 years away, so some might say, why are you doing it now, Steve? It's because we want to integrate it as part of our business as usual. And then when our regulatory submissions come in, we just push out the numbers as part of business as usual. And part of that is our vegetation management programs. That's 8% of our OPEX spend. And part of that is a consideration of bushfire mitigation from our networks. And network operations, so transmission lines can also be affected from bushfires. So we famously had a fire trip transmission lines on the Gold Coast, and then ministers' children were on rides somewhere at Dreamworld at one of the places there, and they ended up stuck on this ride because they were control burns. So we've been talking to the people who do control burns, and we have far less control burns since that point in time. And yeah, the network operations are very concerned about bushfires because it's one of the few events, natural hazards, that can cause a double circuit outage on our network, which means you can lose loads like the Gold Coast or half of Brisbane. So it's a pretty big deal. We also are planning to share this information so it can go in our property planning and better fire mitigation at a landscape level with Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium and Queensland Emergency Services people, and also our investment decision just on a daily basis. So we're rehoning, where do we make better investments? What does the Queensland Energy and Jobs Plan mean for us, and how does that balance against these other investments and priorities that we've got? So this will be feeding into a lot of things that we're making decisions about as a business. I've got lots of references there and acknowledgements of our partners that we're working with on this, including the Lockyer River community that provided the artwork, beautiful artwork with the slides. And I'll hand it over to you to lead us into our Q&A and panel session.
Well, thank you very much, and another big thank you for all of our speakers. And I'd like to invite them all to come forward now and to sit in these very unintimidating chairs in a straight row on the front of the stage. Under bright lights. Well, we can't see anyone in the room. Now, I'm not using my phone to be rude. I'm actually looking at the Slido questions, which I'm told some have been highlighted. One of the great privileges of being the chair of a panel session and an interview session is I get to control the questions, but I also get to drop in a couple of my own to get things rolling. And this panel is really about utilisation and how we can best achieve it. And so one of the things that I've seen, and to a certain extent, I'd have to say that both Melissa and Vivienne sort of touched on it, but particularly for a lot of the researchers in the room, and it's, I guess, the opening question, and I'm going to put Viv and Mel on the spot straight up, how do we manage this competing demand of utilisation versus publication? And I thought I'd just throw that one out there to get the ball rolling.
So, it's on, sorry. It is a challenge. It's a challenge, and universities, have requirements of their researchers, to publish, and that you can't publish something if it's already been revealed in some other forum. And so that's a real tension which requires careful navigation when it comes to doing work that needs to have rapid implementation for policy or operational purpose. There are ways that you can deal with that. Some components, for instance, of the work that I've done over the years has been able to be published in the peer review literature, but reports to government are a separate output. So, for instance, you might or might not know, if you're doing a journal article for most of, I'll let you talk about yours, but most of my journals that I would target, you'd only have 2,500 words to convey your story in a peer-reviewed, highly credible journal. But if obviously you're writing a report to government, you don't get away with writing 2,500 words. You need more depth. And so there is often compartments of the research that can be shared at various steps, which you might not necessarily want to publish in a peer space, but it's a challenge.
I agree, it's a challenge. I had a paper rejected by the International Journal of Disaster Risk Reduction because it was plagiarised from a report that I'd written for the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC. And that was done by a software algorithm called Turnitin. So I had to, I kind of liaised with the editor to get a human to look at this and to explain what had happened. And it was all good in the end. However, it does highlight the challenges that are faced. Our goal and what we're rewarded for as academics is publication. So there's always a challenge, but put my editor-in-chief of the Australian Journal of Emergency Management hat on, and we're going to be looking at this issue because I think it's important that public good research is published in a very accessible way to both industry and the public. So we're going to do a little bit of work on the attractiveness of the Australian Journal of Emergency Management for researchers, and to try and, to hear from people about what you might need from researchers and academics to try and get more of what's happening in Natural Hazards Research Australia and elsewhere into that journal.
Great, thank you both. Josh, I'm going to throw the next question to you, and everybody in the audience can see it, but you'd all have to strain your necks to read it. But what do you see the role of pracademics in the work you're talking about as being people who wear research and policy practice but don't neatly fit into either area?
Thank you, Kate. Okay. Yeah, look, good question, and something that I've only recently had experience of, working at a number of Australian universities and then with the Rural Fire Service. Yeah, so speaking from personal perspective, I guess I've learned an enormous amount about the industry side of things in the last 18 months, things that I definitely didn't have a great understanding of prior to having that sort of sustained policy and program work that I am involved in now. So I think for me, I sort of see myself as having a really good understanding of both sides. So what the researchers' needs are, how they go about formulating research problems and designing their projects and things. But I also have, I think, a good understanding of how agencies approach the problems that they're trying to solve. So I think for academics, there's a real opportunity there to broker really good research projects and make sure that, I think as now working in the emergency services sector, it's not necessarily our role to dictate projects, but to give problems and then for researchers to come up with the best ways to solve them. So I think in short, the answer is having a bit of understanding of both systems and trying to bring them together.
Thanks very much, Josh. Dor Son, I'm going to throw to you now with one of the questions that Mel Taylor has put forward. And it's this notion that to support imagination, we need to confront fear, and often fear of failure or economic collapse or major loss. And that can be driven by lack of solutions or agency. And so how do we support organisations and communities to plan for failure? And I guess you've given us a good example of that, but therefore extending your imagination to find solutions. And I think there's a mic next to you as well. Dor Son. Simon, sorry, for Dor Son. Sorry, Simon.
Sorry. Well, big question. I think for energy networks, for a very long time, it was a defined and well understood set of things we had to do, services we had to provide. You know, I think over the last decade and perhaps the 2 decades, that definition is slowly losing less relevancy, and new types of services, new expectations are kind of coming out of the woodwork. For example, you know, in bushfire-prone areas in Victoria, there's major state government initiatives around off-gridding those areas and implementing what's known as standalone power systems, so that in the event that a fire comes through, burns down the line, then the people at the end of the line aren't vulnerable. They have some level of resiliency or self-sufficiency. So, you know, I think we're kind of learning and sort of slowly stepping our way through this kind of maze, because again, in a regulated industry, you're kind of incentivized to do what's in black and white as opposed to what's not there. So, yeah.
Thank you. And Simon, in the same vein, with that same question in mind, and you've really been part of seeing that introduced into public policy and practice. There's a political lens that you touched on in your talk, and how do we not let that fear of failure drive us when we're trying to change public policy in a government setting as well?
Yeah, it is a challenge, and it's real. Like as in the emergency management sector, you're literally like making life and death decisions, and I think it was mentioned earlier, I forget who, about the importance of researchers actually having that front end experience, like being involved with brigades or going in and seeing state control centres and actually seeing that pointy end, because you've got to make some pretty hardcore decisions. So in the first instance, you need that rigor of what's tried and true and tested, and that's often why sometimes it's challenging to get new stuff up, because you want to be confident what you're using is going to help, and you can justify why you made a change, and so that's a really challenging component. But then on the other hand, you often in an emergency situation, you're making so many decisions blind, and the information is so poor, and there's such a small amount of time you've got to make those decisions, that anything you can use in those situations is also helpful. And it's a real tension that you have in an operational context, and it's something that, you know, in the cold light of an inquiry or investigation, there's hours and hours to make, you know, to scrutinise, or days or weeks or months to scrutinise people's decision making. They had to make in a couple of minutes, and it's how we support that decision making process to build that confidence and trust is quite important.
Thank you, Josh. You're going to be our Johnny on the spot now as well again. You talked about, and both you and Vivienne actually have done quite a bit of work where the focus of the post-bushfire research has been on the most devastating and high-profile events. And do you see there being value in undertaking studies on the more routine events as well?
Yeah, look, there is a tendency to focus on the big events, and we learn a lot from those. And you know, that example of fire plans being tested under the most extreme conditions is one where, you know, there's a potential there to change the way we do things that really has an impact on how people respond. But I do think we are missing out on the full picture by not looking at the small events, but they're of course harder. They're harder to look at because we're not well set up, I don't think, to do that routine collection of data after the fire that impacts one house or burns across a farm. The near misses, all those sorts of things. I think absolutely it's valuable to capture that, but you know, funding, political will to support these projects, obviously it's harder to get those sorts of things. The other thing I'd say is that we're very focused on post-incident data collection, and we all know that we should be doing better in collecting data and doing research with communities that have not been affected. Obviously, there's a huge bias in our sample, I suppose. If we're just talking to people who have experienced fire, we need to be going out and particularly when we're talking about preparedness and planning, to be talking to people in high fire risk areas who are yet to experience fire, just to fill out that picture. So absolutely, I think we should be doing the smaller events, and we should also be looking at those communities that haven't yet experienced fire.
And I have to say, I agree with Josh. One of the things that we did learn, some of my colleagues did some excellent, Bryony Towers did some excellent work looking at the agency of children, understanding the nature of risk for natural hazards, and their capacity to socialise that whole consciousness into a family. And I always laugh, and I didn't have kiddies, but I'm aware that it's a brave person that denies a 5-year-old a task that's been set for homework. And, you know, Mum, we have to work out what our evacuation is from the house. And I think some of the most powerful work that we can do in the preparedness and resilience space is to not just rest with the large post-event, you know, significant post-event analyses, but actually look for opportunities to build strength and understanding of risk, something Josh also spoke about earlier, in times that are not fractured by extreme risk and catastrophe. So yeah, I think we should.
I think there's another thing for us to consider as well as with opportunities, and often what we've seen historically is you'll get an event, and particularly in a fire situation more than a flood, is you'll get an event. The people that are most interested about doing some risk management works are the ones that have been involved that went with the hazards really low, and it's almost inversely proportional to the amount of hazard as to how much people are concerned about doing things in the bushfire context. I mean, flood's different, but I think one of the challenges we're going to see now is we've got the recovery of these events overlapping, and the extent of them is so large, and so some of the thinking we've had in the past about how we dealt with this, it's a different landscape now, and there's different ways we're going to need to look at addressing that.
Along that line, Audrey has also posted a question, and I think, Mel, it's probably for you. But can we really develop tools and indexes that account for systematic risk with their associated, where we've got compounding and cascading disasters?
I think we can. And so the thing with the Australian Disaster Resilience Index is that it doesn't consider risk as a layer within the index. What it was kind of designed to do, and you know, what we came up with at the beginning, was that it would sit over other layers of risk. It was very much an index of resilience being the capacity of the system to absorb shocks and stresses. So where those risks were physically in the landscape or what type of hazard it was something we left out of the index, and that we said we would be able to overlay that onto other types of risk maps and to look at the intersections where you might have high risk and low resilience. That kind of is stuff that's happening now. Systemic risk, I think that the index very much tells you about systemic risk. It tells you the geographical, I didn't get any time to look at this, to talk about this, but it does tell you the geographical pattern of resilience, capacity for disaster resilience across Australia. So when you're thinking about systemic risk, in terms of physical risk from different types of hazards, we know from the index that the more regional and remote people and communities are, the more likely they are to be less resilient in this kind of top-down approach and measurement approach. So there's a geography of disaster resilience in Australia that we've discovered through this project, but we rarely kind of look at. And I think maybe we haven't thought about it in terms of systemic risk, but if systemic risk is going to be everywhere now because of climate, who's most affected by that?
Powerlink, as well as other ENA members, are fundamentally engineering organisations, and we love to put our hand on standards and systems and processes to say, yeah, we've designed it to this and we know that it's safe. But when you look at some of the information we've been presented with the keynote speakers here this morning about, you know, a 1 in 100 now being a 1 in 1, and if that's what we're designing for, then we're designing for something that fails once a year rather than once every 100 years. So, yeah, it is frightening to think about what that might mean for the resilience of our communities, our electricity networks, and then, you know, because as Dor Son pointed out, we're increasingly reliant on electrification and as our way of living and what that means. So yeah, it's chilling a little bit.
While you've got the mic, Steve, I'll actually ask you another question as well. Jane Sexton asks that specifically to Powerlink, are you considering other hazards for mitigation? So with the changes to climate, what we saw earlier presented about heat waves, tropical cyclones, how can you extend that methodology?
Yeah, good question. And there's been some work, I don't know whether you're aware of the ESCI, there's an electricity sector climate information project that was funded by the federal government, which is helping to translate what climate change means for the electricity sector. It was a point in time, and it was, you know, and a little bit like Project Ignis. I think that doesn't take into account climate change and what that might mean as far as modelling. So as with any research, there's a point in time. And as far as our assessment of dollar risks for our investment decisions, fire is one, but it is a big one on the basis that even though the low likelihood's there, it's that catastrophic outcome as a result of our network drives investment more than another natural hazard that might impact our network, but doesn't impact the broader community. So while it's a consideration, it doesn't drive our investment decision making quite as much.
Can I just add one thing there? Because I'm looking at Kate Brady, and it's just reminded me of the brilliant thing she said at the Mainstreaming Disaster Risk Reduction Forum at the end of AFAC about how she talked about will and grace and how, 20 years ago, that TV show normalised same-sex relationships. So if we're talking about systemic risk, how do you normalise it across all sectors, across all communities, into people's lives? Because as we heard from Robert this morning, it is very much coming at us. So I think that that there is a need to aim for this idea of addressing systemic risk in all that we do.
Go, Simon.
And I think that there's another issue and that we're also going to need to consider in the future, and it's how habitable some places are going to be in the future, and whether you get it's this concept of a 1 in 100 year event that we've got to look away from. It's a 1 percentile, and we thought that was a static number. It's now a dynamic number, and so you're going to get these annual occurrences of these events, and how do people understand that? If you start saying a 1 in 100 year event, oh, I'm going to wait another 100 years until it occurs again. And I think that there's an issue with the language of how we describe those sort of events as well, because it's expectation management for the community. It's a 1 percentile, but that this number is the 1 percentile number is actually increasing over time, and you're not going to wait another 100 years to see this.
So I'm just going to shift gear a little bit now with some of the questions. I opened by putting out the publish or perish gambit to our academics on the panel, but there's been a few questions that have come through thinking about how we share research results. One from Anthony B and one unfortunately from Anonymous, but that's okay. How do we commit to sharing or presenting research findings in ways that they can be utilised at the end of each project that's not necessarily a written report or a published document, and you know, briefings prior to publication, or even a way, can we come up with a better way of doing things so that we have more traction?
Yes, we definitely can. So publishing in Q1 peer-reviewed journals is important for academics. It's not really important to anyone else. And to be honest, it's sad realization at the end of a career. But anyway, there is, and we tried a few things during the bushfire natural hazards research, which I think had a bit more resonance, and I've done this a couple of times also. So it's possible to exchange information in smaller sound bites with, you know, visual attractiveness and the sorts of things that you can grab live if you need a reminder about something. So while publishing in a fancy journal works for me, for the operational end user, I wouldn't expect them to be hunting around in a library for something that you published. But I would expect them to have a place to go where they could easily access and absorb and socialize the findings of that research in a different way. And I think it is possible to do things like podcasts or video footage, and you know, the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC, to be honest, probably introduced me to that as a mechanism for exchanging information. And the little sound bites that you can deliver to people, the resources that you can store and make publicly accessible. The Australian Institute of Disaster Resilience has done that historically quite well. There are other opportunities for building different sorts of collection points with different types of accessibility. Now, while we've just said that we're a bit worried about the digital and electrical dependence, which we now have, you know, apps are another possibility, providing, of course, you can use your phone. But I think we've both of our work, and Josh, I think too, has done this. We've tried some different ways of making information accessible.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think particularly with applied research in this sector, we've got to get away from the idea that you do research and then you present it. Engaging the user of your research all the way through. And I said it earlier about engaging them in the design, like the idea, what you're going to do, talking about the problem. As you're collecting data, my experience with the post-fire research that I talked about today, you're constantly collecting it with the agency that you're working with, and you're talking about it, like, what does this mean? Like, what are people talking about? Are we asking the right questions? Should we be asking something else? And it evolves like that. So I think good research isn't presented at the end. You certainly do present a report and do your publications and all of that stuff, but it's not a surprise at the end. And I suspect most of the impact that research has, at least in the sort of social science work that I've been involved with, isn't the findings that you write down and present at the end. It's in the understanding that's developed along the way. So that can be tricky because it's often hard to put your finger on what exactly the impact of that project was, but you can know that it's had some sort of benefit. So.
I'm just going to throw to Dor Son first, who's been patiently waiting.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. So just on the topic of sort of reaching people in easier language, I think this is something that network businesses in particular have been really pushing and stretching themselves to do, because it's historically not been something that they've devoted, you know, a whole heap of time to. So one sort of anecdote I'll pull out is in Ausgrid, in preparation for their 5-year reset, they actually went out and interviewed 1,000 people over a 6 or 20-week period or something like that. And they went to the stage of not telling them, you know, teaching them the methodology for things, but it's like translating all of that complexity into a simple, what does this mean for you? And, you know, does this mean $5 extra on your bill? And the trade-off is you get, you know, some resilience or something like that. So, you know, I think it's something that not only research, but also industry have to start getting better at as well.
So I'll just follow a bit, thanks for that. I'll follow a bit from Josh's comments. What does the end of research mean? And so going back to what Andrew was talking about, a major theme is, you know, this research is useful, usable, and used. And so what is the path to use? And is it a policy change or is it building a system? And often this path to operationalization, it's 10 times more effort and cost than the actual research. And there's a whole path of that prototyping, developing, and you know, till you've got an operational product. If it's a policy change, okay, but if you're building things like, and a lot of the research is looking at building computer systems and software, how do we maintain and support that into the future? And it's all of these new things have a legacy cost with them now to support them. And even if it's a website, who hosts it? If it's an operational website that we're going to need to have 24/7 dependence on it, how do we achieve that that reliability, and how are all these systems going to be supported? That's a big challenge with all this knowledge that's coming out there in these new systems. How do we sustain that knowledge and support it is part of our consideration.
I see it from the researcher side, and I want to say, don't ask researchers to do it, because we're not good at that stuff. Ask young people to do it, because they're good at that, and because it's the world of communication in kind of all these multiple modes of that's coming. And I'm showing my vintage a bit here, but I don't want all these apps on my phone, but other people do. And that's their kind of way of interfacing with the world. So I'm going to just say those two things. Don't ask researchers to do it, although we're happy to be involved in the imagining of everything that's possible in the tech sector and all the things that are possible, and get young people involved, because they're very, very good at it.
Just one very quick, and I'll be killed if I don't say this, but my communications experts on my team will be saying, for goodness sake, remind people that it's multiple channels. Multiple channels are required to meet the needs of people in the community, and you can't just have one source of information. one place to go. You have to socialize it and you have to offer it in many different styles.
Steve, I can see you've been wanting to say something here. So I'm...
I guess just building on Dor Son's point with what NA has been doing on behalf of all of its members, we try and come up with clever catchphrases and come up with diagrams to explain our place in your lives, that we're adding value and that we're thinking about you as our customers, and we don't want to add extra price pressures to your electricity bills, but we also need to transition to a renewable energy future that is essential to try and mitigate climate change. So it's complex, and we need the help of researchers and communicators and everyone really pulling in the same direction. I get an exciting feeling that the time's right, that we are on the cusp of something in Australia and Queensland. So I'm hopeful.
I think it's been really interesting the way we've been talking about communications here really strongly, and it underlies the fact that our research has to be multidisciplinary, and that's really important. Just a new question's flashed up, but we've talked about different modes of communication and the importance of communications in the design of presentation of reports and different styles. What do you think, though, I guess, are the barriers for adoption within agencies? We can make it glossy, we can make it really good looking. Simon, I'll go to you first, just from that jurisdictional background and experience, but what do you think some of the biggest barriers are within agencies to actually be able to adopt and change in response to the findings that we get given?
And yeah, part of this, I think, thinking back to, is it published? We don't give a damn, but is it useful? Like, and that's the thing, is how have we actually tested that? Is it better than what we're using now? Is there a justification for change? And I mean that's where we need to look at that cost benefit process, as far as it's a massive investment to make a change. You've got to change your policy, you've got to change your training, change your systems, and all of that side that needs to go into adopting these new processes. And some of them are smaller and some of them are like massively encompassing across all organisations. And so having that understanding really helps build the case as to, you know, is it a bright shiny new thing, or is it something that's worth investing in to actually make that change?
Yeah. I'd like to extol the virtues of peer review. Sorry to contradict you there. Peer review is the basis for good science. And I used to work at the Department of Climate Change many years ago, and everything that we took notice of that went into any sort of policy had to be peer reviewed. And that's why the IPCC, for example, has ended up being such an authority. So let's not forget that good science needs to be peer reviewed. Without that, it could be good research, but it's not necessarily peer review puts it into, it justifies it, and it gives it credibility in terms of how it contributes to new knowledge and evidence. Yeah. And that's our job as academics to do that.
I do actually agree.
It just reinforces what my friend says, but I talked earlier about trust, and you all have to be able to trust that what you're hearing is about a reliable, convincing body of knowledge. And I would suggest to you that no policy change, no shift in action should ever be dependent on one piece of work, ever. You need a body of knowledge proving that you have a science developing which suggests there are better opportunities, but not just one piece of work.
Okay.
So we have to do twice the work And I'm not complaining. We have to write it. We collaborate. We work with agencies, and then we've got to write it up as well for a peer reviewed journal. So, I don't know whether anyone knows that kind of extra work that comes along with doing this type of collaborative research. You write it, you have to write it as one thing, then you have to rewrite it as another thing. So we kind of find ways to do that, but it doubles the workload.
I've got a question from Jamie Morgan-Besser on the Slido. It's been sitting there for a while, but I'm noticing it's getting lots of likes. So I figured it's probably one that we should put to the panel. As a recently flood-affected community member with a disaster lived experience, how do we create structures and processes to support all stakeholders as equal partners in voice and power to design outcomes, strategies, and accountabilities?
I think somebody, and I can't recall who, but one of my colleagues, one of the other speakers today, has referred to this point that we've actually gotten quite good over the last decade, I think, in improving our relationships between the researchers and the agency people, but there is still a long way to go in closing, what is a necessary triangle, which includes the communities that have been affected. Now, some of our colleagues from my academic friends here know that, there are people who have specialised in their academic careers in going into those communities and collecting data real time. There are a lot of challenges to doing that, of course, ethically. You don't want to make things any worse for people. But I do think we have a triangle to build here, and perhaps still one angle that we're not doing as well with, which is the community engagement and the community voice in research, as much as it might be. I can see some of my colleagues here who are doing a lot of that at the moment, and I draw your attention to a presentation tomorrow that Mel Taylor from Macquarie is going to do, which is expressly about this. She's been hanging out with the flood-affected communities in northern New South Wales and elsewhere recently, doing exactly what you're calling for. So much to learn tomorrow, Mel.
Yeah, I'll just add to that, it's a really good question. And it starts with listening to the people who have experienced the disaster or the hazard. There was another question in there, I think from Ken, around do agencies have an appetite for this type of work? And I think that's the big barrier. There's, on the one hand, there's the view that, or there's often an assumption that we might damage or traumatize people further by talking about their experience. But in my experience of doing this work for many years, people rarely see themselves as victims, and they're actually empowered and benefit greatly from the process of having their story heard. The other potential barrier is organisational risk and reputation, which is something that I think can always be worked through. You've got to be willing to, if you're going to go out and talk to people, you've got to be willing to listen. Criticism, it may be right, it may be off the mark, but you've got to listen. And I think that, I work for them now, but the Rural Fire Service has always been really willing to hear that and to take it on board. And, I think that's a really positive way to approach it. You might not always agree with what you're hearing, but you've really got to listen to people. And a comment I made earlier, I think, we have social media, and I see projects around, using that data, and that's great and that's important. But in my view, nothing beats sitting down with someone and talking to them and listening to them I'm so pleased to hear that it's happening with the flood research. And back to the appetite thing, when I started the work, particularly with Black Saturday, but also with the Rural Fire Service, I think it's fair to say, often, particularly from senior people, the interest is in the quantitative work. It's like, yep, do the interviews, but we want the survey. What is the survey saying? And then when you start talking to them about what the findings are, they're actually more interested in the qualitative insights and people's stories, and that really can affect them personally, and it can be the catalyst for change and understanding that can bring real benefit to communities. So I think it all starts with listening.
We've got a lot of PhD and early postgrad and early career researchers in the room. They had a session earlier this morning. And so I'm sort of throwing this open to the panel quite broadly, because we've got people from industry and people who are practitioners, and we've got researchers and academics in front of us. What advice would you give to postgrad and early career researchers on how to begin their journey into collaborative research? And we'll...
Because get engaged. If you're going to do work in the EM sector, get engaged in the EM sector. There's a fantastic mechanism to volunteer, and if you get that frontline experience, it makes you more credible in what you say, and you understand the pain points and why you're doing this research, and it's having it's out of the ivory tower into getting your hands dirty and having that front-hand experience. The first-hand experience is so important.
And I would just say again something I said twice to you, something I said earlier, which is about really understand the operational and policy environment of the organisation that you're attempting to provide a solution for, or who might use it. Because trust me when I tell you that as an agency person or a public sector person, when someone bright, young and shiny comes to you and says, I've got this great solution to a problem that I don't have, irritating is sort of the best word I can think of to describe that. So do your homework.
I guess just following on to the point about getting engaged, I would say get engaged with industry. Like, just go into industry, get some experience, even if it's half a year, a few months or whatever. I think it will only benefit you. And speaking just exclusively from the energy industry, but obviously it will apply to all industries in the future, is that we need people, and we don't have enough of them. So I think if you're keen to get into energy specifically, there's opportunities there to get that experience.
So I don't know if you know this in industry, but there's a new initiative where Commonwealth funded PhD research places are going to need to spend, as part of their degrees, time in industry. It's kind of, the university's not going to get paid, I don't think, unless they've done that. So this is coming. And so in terms of engaging PhD students with industry, a couple of things. Invite them into your projects, invite them to your meetings, invite them to spend a week with you, and you might have to pay for some of that because they're often, they don't have funding that goes along with that, and sometimes their supervisors don't either, but work with the academics to make those connections as well. I think that it's a space that is been hard to traverse, but the CRC, Natural Hazards Research Australia, is also, I think, a good integrating organisation to be able to do that. So the more, and there's PhD students that won't want to do it as well. There's not only academics, but there's prac students, and that some of them will want to do the kind of mode 1 research, the blue sky thinking. Others will be more aligned to doing industry-based research, and that often comes through the supervisors as well. So invite them into your spaces as much as you can.
In my role as managing Powerlink's broader research and development program, I get the pleasure of being under time pressure to provide a letter of support for an ARC linkage grant or some other idea that a researcher's got, but that isn't possible unless there's relationships and trust built with the researchers. So I'd encourage researchers to engage with industry, to ask questions of what do you want answered? What are your challenges? What are your pain points? And then you can be assured your research will be applied by industry and it will make a difference to society. So I would encourage that connection.
And it's a little bit hard to traverse, and other people might have different experiences here. Certainly, PhD students sometimes don't finish. They sometimes quit. They sometimes, and the requirements, it's kind of a practical and an initiation into doing research adoption, because the requirements for a PhD project, for example, are not necessarily what an industry might want. So you need some expertise to be able to traverse that. You don't want to set up a research program that relies on PhD students to produce a whole lot of outputs, because there's a lot of uncertainty there in how long they take, what their requirements are. They could quit, they could take a 2-year leave of absence, they can do a whole lot of things. That's their prerogative to do that within the system. So there's a little bit of risk management to go on, but I see when it's working well, only benefits for both sides.
I'm going to finish on one concluding question that's come from Owen, and I imagine it's quite personal, actually, Owen. Research can be messy. And so how do we deal with different research results that may actually have different or contradictory findings? I can look at you all eagerly putting your hand up there. So Viv's put a hand up. Otherwise I was going to make Simon do it.
So this is, I think, goes back to the point that some of my colleagues were making earlier. This is why we look for evidence equals a body of knowledge. So I come from specialist areas where there's never 100% consensus, but you're looking for the best available evidence with the best and most rigorous methodology, and your decision rests with the best of the best. There will always be contradictory research, but rest with the best. And if you're not sure how to do that analysis, then there are a couple of shortcuts. If you're looking at the peer-reviewed evidence, then there are people who do systematic reviews for the express purpose of trying to work out where the weight lies in a particularly tricky situation. But it's not, it's not a, even some of our lab science is not irrefutable, So it is a messy business. We accept that. We do everything as scientists to minimise the level of variance and unreliability. So I think that's all I'd say.
Thank you. Simon, we'll let you go. Simon?
I agree. I think best available science is a good way to go, but I think in everything that everyone in this room works on, there's no right answer necessarily. And we don't work in linear systems that necessarily have a causality. A does not necessarily lead to B in a lot of what we do. A can lead to C, D, E, Z, M, and P. And so when you work in a management system that often just wants the right answer in terms of turning it into a policy or adopting it or asking the minister for funding because here's the number, scientists have always had to try and deal with that system. And so there's good frameworks for best available science. And I think it's sort of part of the culture of this collaborative research is agency staff being able to know that there's not always, that the answers that they're seeking aren't always available and they're not always what they want to hear. and for researchers to be able to help the system to traverse what is actually a normal part of science, which is variability, uncertainty, multiple answers to the same question, because it's not physics or chemistry largely. There's a lot of, there can be multiple answers to the same question.
Thanks, Owen. It's and look, having been at the personal end of this, you do get conflicting research, and maybe I was a little bit flippant before. I'll clarify. Having defendability and rigor and published work helps in that instance, but it's also from the user's perspective, it's what's pragmatic and usable, and particularly when you've got conflicting ideas and you know, opinions and debates that go on in the academic circles. The agencies are looking at how can we apply this to reduce harm, and where there's trust with the researchers and you've been working together progressively and you have that awareness. I mean, that's so important. That rather than revolution, it's an evolutionary process. And so how do we build this? And we'll want to sit down with the opposing points of view and actually sit down and go, how do we get that best answer? Is it a compromise, or are they completely competing different ideas? And ultimately, the decision has to be made operationally. What is your policy approach? And it's that dialogue. And it's not a popularity contest for us. It's actually what's the answer that's going to reduce the harm and make us more effective in what we do. And that's so important to getting to that place of change. When you get stones thrown from the outside and things you come out from research out of the media that you're doing it wrong, well, then you get into defensive mode, and that doesn't help the outcome, which is reducing harm. And that's working together is much more important, that we're doing that work and we understand, and it's pragmatic and practical. Like sometimes we get this research and it's, oh, I've got the answer, you're doing it wrong, you should be doing it this way. Well, we can't apply it. What you're giving us, we don't have the data, the systems, the capability to do what you're saying. And so how do we get to that path of implementation is so important.
I'll leave the concluding remarks to you, Steve.
Oh, thank you. And hopefully it's a nice segue to our next segment, because I think we need truth telling, and the truth is messy. You know, our cultural history and treatment of Aboriginal and First Nations people is messy. And the truth in science and what we need for adapting to climate change isn't straightforward. We're going to make mistakes along the way. So I think it's important that those different voices are heard, and we tell truth and we confront it.
Thank you very much, and thanks very much to our panel. I'd also like to thank all of you who submitted so many questions that had me skipping up and down my phone trying to pick out the cherries, and I know that there's a lot that's been left unanswered. Coming up next is a very special event, which is the launch of the Reconciliation Action Plan for Natural Hazards Research Australia. It is going to be held here in this auditorium. It's going to start on the dot of 6 p.m, and after the formalities, there will be food and drink, and we do really look forward to seeing everyone there. And I'm really excited about this launch because it's been put together very thoughtfully and very carefully. And so I really do encourage you all to come and stay and be part of it, and to see how it's being undertaken. So we're just going to break for a short time now so that this area can be set up. You are welcome to stay in the room during that time, but I would just like to once again thank all of our panellists.
Hello, everyone. There's some words in Bunjalung, which means hello, everyone. So welcome to the launch of the first Reconciliation Action Plan for Natural Hazards Research Australia. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Oliver Costello. I'm a Bunjalung man from the Northern Rivers of New South Wales, so not too far south of here. And I just firstly want to start by acknowledging country and paying my respects to elders past, present and future, and thank Tommy for the warm welcome to country this morning. Thank you, brother. It was really great way to start the proceedings. And it's a great honour for me to be here to move through this this next session on the RAP. I was, I guess, fortunate to be involved in the development of the RAP. And I guess it's sort of one of the first ways that I've engaged in the development of the what is now Natural Hazards Research Australia. I was formerly involved with the CRC in some research. And when I was asked to join the working group to develop the RAP, I was really humbled and really keen to get involved. Since then, I've also joined the board as well, so I've become much more involved in the centre, and I'm really looking forward to being able to support Natural Hazards Research Australia and the community that we have here today and beyond this place as well, around how we really learn and support each other to grow and make our environment and homes and places a safer place. So we're here to formally launch this important plan for reconciliation, which lays the foundations for all future reconciliation activities at Natural Hazards Research Australia. And as you've seen, you know, I think there's a really strong sentiment coming through of the importance of reconciliation. We're not a totally new organisation in a sense, but this is a new space that we're creating now. There's a new identity. We've got old and new people coming and going, and I think it's really important that we understand the opportunities that we have to work together, not just in relation to our connection to country and the reconciliation with First Nations Australians, but all of us understanding the importance of connecting with each other and reconciling and supporting the growth of our important sense of identity. So I've got some great notes here. I'm not very good at reading them, but so we'll start with a smoking ceremony from Tommy, and then we'll hear from Maori artist Leanne Brook, who created the beautiful artwork for the RAP, which we can see partly here. And then we'll hear from Sandy and Andrew. They'll talk a little bit more about from the centre's perspective. And then following the yarns we have in here, we'll head out for some light refreshments and an activity, a reconciliation activity, which we'll go into in a bit more detail. But without further ado, are you ready for us there, brother? Yep, so I'll kick it over to you.
Hello, welcome. We're about to commence into the smoking ceremony, but before we enter into the smoking ceremony, I'd just like to explain what the significance of the smoking ceremony is. Here in Yagara country, the smoking ceremony is for welcome to country. A lot of the festivals around this area, the invitations extend past Yagara country. So the mob that are traveling further from Yagara country through Yagara country, we're not sure of what they've stepped on or picked up along the way of their journey. To make things all clear, it is to usher them through the smoke. A lot of Indigenous mobs, especially Yagara, other Indigenous mobs around the world have a similar smoking ceremony, and the consistency is a spiritual ceremony. What we're going to do is, I'd like to invite you to come up, just come up to the stage here and just walk through the smoke while I sing an ancient song called Pulo Dalo. If you'd like to come up, yep.
Okay. You did.
Oh, you straight space there.
Thank you, guys. I forgot to explain before how to actually bathe in it, and what I saw the majority of everyone doing, it's like you've done that before. And I also like to thank you. This is the majority of an event that I have had the entire lot of the people come through for the smoking, and that's the traditional way in Yagara country. Thank you for participating in our ancient ceremony. Yoda, welcome to Yagara country. Yoda.
Google Bonham. Thank you, brother. Yeah. But yeah, I have to find my words now. But yeah, lucky I got these message sticks here as well to help guide me. So yeah, such a great honour to be welcomed to country. And I think something not to be taken lightly, you know, like this is an ancient tradition of, I guess, creating space for people to belong and to feel connected, you know, and making sure that people have a sense of understanding that they're leaving things behind and they're coming into a new space and a new place. And hopefully everyone feels, you know, like the smoke has filled this room and that connection that we have shared. We all smell, you know, we smell the leaves, we smell the smoke. We share these connections. And I guess it's such a great opportunity for us to launch this wrap and just, I guess, feel the sense of connection and opportunity that we have. You know, there's a document here, you know, a plan that we've set out. There's some people in the room that will know it better than others. Hopefully everyone will get to know it and get a sense of the understanding of the potential. It's a reflect wrap. It's one of the first steps along the road. I've never been involved in developing a wrap before, and it was a really great process. But I guess the most important thing is that we take that energy that's gone into this wrap, that's gone into this ceremony, and the opportunity that we've experienced here around leaving behind and new beginnings, and the responsibility that comes with that. In the way I've been taught, when you get welcome to country, it's like, you know, someone's letting you into their home and they're asking for you to respect the place, teaching you about the land, teaching you about where you can and can't go, the resources, the responsibilities, all that story. We have that opportunity here as well as a part of this community that we have here to go on a journey together, to understand, go beyond the paper and the words and go through the heart and go on that journey together and support each other to build a really strong framework. The challenges that we face, we've been talking about all these challenges, they're not new. They're not new challenges. Climate change is not a new thing. It's happening much faster now because we have not been following the laws of the land. All people have been teaching these stories forever. Hey, boss, like for a long time, teaching about how the land changes and the stories and how we need to understand our roles, responsibilities, our kinship, our connections. We need to look after the place. And so many of the impacts that we're having and that we're seeing are because we have done the wrong thing by the land. We've done the wrong thing by each other. We need to learn those lessons. We've had the most amazing learning experiences in the last few years. Like I've lived through them. I've lived through the fires and the floods, like being evacuated, all these things. The morning that we had the working group meeting was the morning that Lismore was being engulfed. You know, like I was trapped at home. You know, we had a landslide, you know, and I was like, oh, well, you know, I've been up all night, I couldn't sleep. I knew I had a sense of knowing what was going on. And I, you know, got up and I was just like, oh, well, might as well go to this wrap thing and maybe we can make a difference. Seriously, that's what I thought. And it felt weird. It felt really surreal. It was like, oh, should I be doing this? How weird does it feel? You know, and the same thing about, you know, and Mary's, you know, thank Mary for talking me up, you know, with the flood inquiry stuff, like being able to feel the learning that land, the country can teach us, being able to feel that the heaviness of the rain and think about the old people's stories, think about Dirrawong, how Dirrawong shaped the landscape, the Grana story of the Bundjalung people, and all these different stories to go, what does that mean? What is it teaching us? They all go back to following law. They go all back to responsibility to the country. And so hopefully we can go on this journey together. So that's enough probably raving, but I'll talk a little bit about the message sticks. So message sticks are First Nations, you know, like symbol of knowledge sharing, shared values, a sign of greeting safe passage through collaborative process, and Barbara mentioned them earlier. And so when we were talking about the wrap and this forum and everything, I thought it'd be great for the centre to have some message sticks so that we can create protocols around sharing knowledge and making sure that we're building a safe and inclusive space for that. So I thought maybe we could get some made, and I asked Uncle Marcus, who couldn't be here today, sadly he's got other stuff going on and can't make it up here, but he made these message sticks for us. And so I'm getting a bit carried away here. Where's all my notes here? Anyway, yeah, so he made these message sticks, and it's quite symbolic, even ironically, that, you know, this is partly, you know, a meeting place between Bundjalung and Gabur and other mobs coming through this country. And so it's a good opportunity to kind of come together in this place and share these sticks together. So Marcus can't be here, but I'll read out what he's shared with us. So Uncle Marcus, he's a Nangal artist. living in Ballina, in the Ballina region, Ballina, but we call him Ballina. And he's a custodian of the rivers and the land of the area. He's got lots of experience around caring for country, seasonal work, fire management, lots of different stories of country. He's a really great person to be on country with, and he's a really great artist. And with these sticks, he asked us to share that they're made from local wood from the Ballina area, and they're made with the spirit of good intentions. So whoever holds them must have good intentions in their heart and speak constructively. And so everybody that we ask to hold these sticks and carry these sticks, we ask them to hold that intent and to speak constructively. Yeah, so we'll use these sticks like as we go around as Natural Hazards Research Australia, and maybe future names, who knows? And we'll share that story and we'll work together to learn from First Nations people and share knowledge, and not just First Nations, but for everyone. We're for everyone here now. We all belong to this country and we all have responsibilities as well. So without further ado, I'll welcome Lee to the stage to share some of her insights into the art, that you created for us, which is really beautiful. And you know, it's really great to see Lee. Me and Lee have done a little bit of stuff together in the past, and it's really amazing to sort of see how these relationships keep weaving and getting stronger and stronger.
Thanks, Ollie. Actually, I think one of the first times we met was at my property before the bushfires, before the Currawong bushfires came through in 2019. My husband and I'm going off topic already, I'm an Heemstra. My husband and I had bought some property and not thinking about the threat of fire so much, but just wanting to care for country, had reached out to Ollie and Fire Sticks at that time to come and teach us how to look after it. And lucky for us, we did that in July 2019, and the fires came in November 2019 and swept through like wildfire. And our place didn't get a drop of fire. It was protected. And it became this little haven for a lot of the animals that were around, that everything was burnt, and there was this green patch that they could come. So in the morning we could hear lyrebirds and birds of all types, and kangaroos thumping through there. And we will forever be grateful for that experience, and that's kind of started me on my journey into land management. So Jamaga Yobini, Yiligaga Nindiwan Nyin Nawe, Naga Lee, Leanne Brook, Naga Marumrang Yungal of the South Coast. Good evening. I'm glad to see you all here today. My name is Leanne Brook, and I belong to the Marumrang Yuln people of the South Coast. I would also like to pay my respects to the traditional custodians. Where'd brother go? And recognise what it is a great privilege to not only walk on country, but to speak on country today. Naga bunja bidianin, bagaganyin, ba nawe, ba bunja dawamalanya yuan, wananga yawe nawe. I pay respects to all old people, past, present, and future, and extend that to all Aboriginal people here today. I'm a wife, mother, author, illustrator, artist, active Aboriginal community member, and voice. I am part of a team working in the Cultural Fire Management Unit. I am a student, and country and elders are my teachers. It is listening to my teachers that has informed this artwork today. Manawara Danyin. Manawara Danyin. It is the Durga words for in our hands. This artwork has so much story in it, but that's because there is so much important stuff to say. That's because This is not a light subject. Country is sick and people are sick. I bet we could all think of a story that we have experienced in the last few years that doesn't paint a pretty picture of the state of country. Drought, bushfires, floods, disease and species loss. And that's just what I've experienced in the last few years. But this story is about healing and reconciliation. Researchers working alongside First Nations people to blend traditional and modern ways of caring for country. Listening and learning. Our people stand strong on the shoreline, shielding our communities and protecting our way of living. Emerging from the dry, cracked earth, a woman holds a gentle flame in her hands. Fire is one of many tools that Aboriginal people used to renew country. She graciously offers it as a gift, hoping that we will listen. Look back so we can learn and go forward. Traditional knowledge is ancient, and from it together we can build resilient communities, healthy country, healthy communities. The scarlet honeyeater symbolises the need to adapt to change. This bird usually migrates from Queensland through New South Wales to around the Victorian border, but because of our changing climate, it is now seen even further down in Victoria. We too must be willing to listen to country and adapt. I have heard many an uncle say, you have two eyes and you have two ears and only one mouth for a reason. So you pay attention. Boogung, Wiradjuri for bogong moth, is an important insect for our people and for our environment. The three moths symbolise coming together for big talk, as well as a reminder of what we may lose if we do not act. Mobs once travelled to the mountains to feast on the boogung, and numbers were so great that our people still hold stories of the moths blocking out the sun. Now the numbers have collapsed to the point they have now joined the endangered species list. A potted muriira. Muriira barraga is the Duruga collective noun for a pot of whales. Was almost hunted to extinction. The whales represent resilience and moving forward as a group towards a more sustainable future. Australia has announced the removal of the humpback whale from the country's list of threatened species after a major recovery. They are estimating around 40,000 whales in Australian waters this year, which is a massive increase from the 1,500 that were recorded during the height of commercial whaling. We must learn from our mistakes. We all make mistakes, and sometimes we inherit the mistakes of others that came before us. But faults aside, it is in our hands, Manawo Danien, to make change and work together through problems, to learn what works and what doesn't, so we do not continue to pass down mistakes to our kin. I would like to thank Natural Hazards Research Australia for choosing me to tell this story. It means a lot to me, obviously. And it's a really important story to be able to tell, so I feel really privileged for that. And I want to thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thanks, Leanne. And yeah, I just want to reiterate how special it is, I think, to have such a beautiful artwork to represent our rap, and I guess so much meaning to it and so many layers for us to digest and to continue to learn from. like for me, so much of the cultural learning story is layers, and just as you experience new things and new opportunities, more layers build up over time. Those layers become stronger and more rigid and become places that were ways of guiding you. And so it's really great that Lee's shared some of those layers with us today. Next up, I'd like to welcome Natural Hazards Research Australia CEO Andrew Gissing and board member Sandy Whight to the stage to provide a Natural Hazards Research Australia perspective.
Thanks very much, Ollie, and I'm really humbled to actually be here this evening representing the board. Reconciliation it's just a beginning, and we have a plan, and the commitment of the board is to see that the plan is actually implemented and that we move through all these stages of reconciliation action. The board's been really supportive of this process, and it's been my privilege to join the working group and to be part of the working group for the implementation of this plan. And I also just want to acknowledge all of those who are on right from the initiation stages and the leadership group, the management group within NHRA as well, who started this whole process off. Caring for country, I've been involved personally in emergency management, particularly bushfire, for those of you who know me, for nearly 30 years now as part of my career and progression. And that notion that Leanne has presented so beautifully in her artwork, and the need for healing, and that it is in our hands. I've witnessed some horrendous things personally. We've all been doing research and seen how communities are in pain and how our country is really unwell and sick. And so I hope that through this centre and the research activities that we can be part of and inspire, that we can be part of that healing journey. And I just really thank Ollie and being part of this reconciliation action plan and demonstrate the board's absolute commitment to see its implementation. We're not just launching a plan, we're starting a new journey in the way that we work in this reconciliation process. So thank you.
Over there. I'm going to say.
Well, it is fantastic to be able to hold this document up and really acknowledge its value to our organisation and the work that we'll be doing to implement it going forward as well. And, you know, just how exciting that is. But we really hope that our partner organisations, our research organisations can really join that journey with us and really embrace reconciliation and embrace Indigenous knowledge in our research, and work with us too to embrace a lot of the actions in here. And a lot of that too is about how we continue to build capability around Indigenous research too, which is so vitally important. That's not all that the RAP is about. I want to thank Richard Thornton. I did give Richard some praise this morning, but particularly being the instigator of this particular initiative, which is so vitally important, as we've all recognised here tonight. I also want to acknowledge those people that have really played a part in the working group, chaired by Beth Patch down here at the front, who's done a great job to lead, and certainly since I've joined Natural Hazards Research Australia to really incite the value and the catalyst of the value of this work inside myself as well. So well done, Beth. But particularly the working group, Ricky Archer, Tammy Small, Amy Williamson, Ollie, Kat Haynes, Nick Marnie, Frida Leichhardt, and previous members also, Jade Ritchie, and of course, Richard. This, as Ollie mentioned, this is really just the start of the journey. This is our first RAP, and it lays the foundations for the work going forward to strengthen connections and partnerships with First Nations people. We hope that this will motivate and, of course, drive that wider change across the broader sector that we work in as well. So just to read a little bit about the overall vision of reconciliation in our organisation is, we hope that we'll learn to value, respect, trust and respect First Nations people as the traditional custodians and knowledge holders of the landscapes that Natural Hazards Research Australia seeks to protect. We'll meaningfully include First Nations people in the development of a national natural hazards research program and priorities that are developed with genuine partnership. We'll support First Nations people to lead, design and conduct research that benefits communities and landscapes across their country. And finally, we'll provide First Nations people with the collaborative support needed to strengthen their access and connection to country and culture in ways that benefit and align with their values and vision for a sustainable and resilient future. The exciting thing is that we've got a journey ahead of it, but we've already started. We've already got some work underway, broader and inside our team as well to implement this. And we're really committed to seeing it through and hopefully to see your commitment to help us and to broaden the work into the future as well. So thank you. And thanks to the groups involved.
So thank you, everyone. That's sort of it for here now, but we have refreshments and we've got an activity that we'll explain out there. Yeah, we're going to do the explaining out there, make it easier for everyone. Yeah. Once again, thanks everyone. It's a real honour to be here and be a part of this. And I think we're really putting our best foot forward and hopefully we can walk together and really, I guess, remember that, that we're standing on the shoulders of our ancestors, all of us. We're all here because our ancestors survived and flourished and provided the pathways for us to be here. And we just need to remember that going forward, that we need to lay that pathway for the future generations. So, and come check out the sticks out there and we'll have a few yarns, yeah? Thank you.